Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories, a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine-tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners. From eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human experience and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. Unsettling event I encountered in the woods of North Idaho. I grew up in the rural woods of the Midwest. My grandparents had a cabin on 160 acres in the Ozarks, and my family home was in the woods of Ohio. I now live out west in a large city with my husband and kids, but his family has a cabin in northern Idaho where we spend a lot of time in the summer. That's where this all took place. So when I say I know the woods, I really do. This happened a few years ago, in the middle of summer. We had arrived at the cabin only to realize my husband somehow had totally spaced and forgot to pack my hiking boots. I was livid because all I had on were cheap flip-flops, and I'd been so looking forward to hiking that weekend. It kind of put a sour mood to the evening, and we settled in. The cabin isn't much, and though in the woods, it's part of a community or a cluster of other cabins. The one perk to ours is that it's right against a large field surrounded by woods. It's private property, and there's some weird stories and history with the family that owns it, but that field is mostly abandoned. We have a 4-foot barbed wire fence that runs the length of the field to separate our land from that. It's not too far from the cabin, I'd say maybe 20 feet from our porch to the fence line. That night after dinner, I made up the air mattresses for the kids, folded out the sofa bed for us. Soon everyone else was asleep, but since I have horrible insomnia, I was still up around 2 a.m., reading my Kindle and sipping wine, when I heard the most god-awful noise. I slipped my flip-flops on and poked my head out the front door. There was a sound coming from the field. I stepped out onto the porch to listen more intently. It's the sound of a coyote being hurt. At first I thought possibly it was stuck in a trap, and I got so angry. My husband's family are known for our dogs, and the idea someone was trapping near us made me so angry. I cannot tell you how or why, but every cell in my body was screaming for me to help it. I ran inside to get a flashlight. It was a new moon, so zero light outside. And once again, found myself upset I didn't have my boots. There was no way I was going to make it even to the fence line in my flip-flops. Between the woods and terrain, it was happening near the corner of our property that can best be called a trash heap. An abandoned camper, a wood pile, metal drums for burning, etc. I had no idea what I could even do to help, but I just so badly felt like I had to do something. So I went back outside, and all I could do was listen. The more I listened, the more I realized it was being attacked by something. And that's when the hair on my neck stood up. I realized everything was dead quiet. I have never before or after heard the woods like that. Whatever was attacking the coyote was also doing it silently. No snarl, no bark, or yip. No growl. And as I stood there frozen and listening, I heard the final noises as the coyote died. I had tears in my eyes because it was such an awful sound. As soon as it died, I was hit with the force of the sounds around me. Suddenly the neighbors' dogs were howling and barking. The bugs and crickets started up. It was like a switch had been flipped. It went from no sound to all the sounds in the blink of an eye. And that's when I heard the footsteps. Whatever had attacked the coyote was suddenly on our side of the fence. It was walking along the fence line, and it clearly was bipedal. I cannot stress this enough. I grew up in the woods. Humans and animals sound different, and this sounded human. It was clearly walking on two legs. I kept staring along the line, trying to see whatever it was. But as the footsteps grew closer to the middle of the property and I still couldn't see anything, I panicked and ran quickly back into the cabin. I locked the door and grabbed a hatchet and woke my husband up. I couldn't believe he was able to sleep through everything. He hadn't heard a thing. The next morning, we went directly to where I told him the sound was coming from, the attack, but couldn't see anything. Though the field at that time of year is like 4-foot tall grass, and we didn't expect to see anything, and I was not about to hop the fence to go looking for trouble. I will say I had never been so thankful to not have had boots that weekend, because without a doubt, I would have tried to hop that fence that night. I just know I would have. Something in me was screaming out to make it stop. Anyway, I'm sure this is rambling a bit, but I felt so alone on this for years. My husband believes me, but, we have no logical answers. Thank you. Anonymous. My story of little people. My story occurred in Jeddito, Arizona. This incident occurred during the summer of 1983 when I was 11 years old. I remember I was 11 years old because that's the summer my father quit racing horses and started staying home. So this particular evening, I went for a walk with my siblings and my 2 dogs. My dogs would always be way ahead of us in the woods somewhere chasing squirrels or something. I was ahead of everyone too, trying to beat them to the hill. Right before the hill, there's an old house down in a little valley. As I was walking past the old house, I saw something move out of my peripheral vision to my right. As I looked to my right, down at the ground, I saw small people, about 10 of them, maybe more. They all stopped in their tracks and stared at me in shock. I was in shock too about what I just came upon. I remember they were about 1 foot tall, with black short hair, maybe shoulder length and bushy. They were all naked, no clothes on, but they had no private parts, so I don't know if they were all males. 2 of them were carrying a can, which was a Spam can. One was in front and the other was in back, carrying the back end of the can. Those were the ones I spotted first, and then I saw the rest. They all were carrying something in their hands. They all had long, skinny arms and long, skinny legs. As I started walking towards them, they all dropped what they had in their hands and ran together toward this single area by a big sage bush. One by one, they all sank into the ground. I stopped in my tracks too when I saw them going into the ground. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. When they'd all gone into the ground, I ran to the same area and started digging. I dug out sand about 1 foot deep, but I couldn't find anything. That particular area is sandy because the water runs through there when it rains. As my siblings walked up to me and asked what I was doing, I told them what I'd just seen, and I showed them the small footprints and what they'd left behind. I went back there every day for the whole summer, but I never saw them again. I even sat on a big boulder nearby and watched if they would come out. Never did. My family still owns that land, so when I go there, which is once in a great while, I go by and check for footprints. Nothing yet. I will never forget what I saw that day. I'm glad I got to experience something so incredible like that. I'm glad my dogs never came upon them, because I don't know what would have happened. I've never told my story to anyone before. Only my parents, my siblings, my husband, and my kids know about my experience. My father told me to stay away from them, as they're a part of Mother Earth too. I don't remember what he calls them. He said it in either Spanish or Navajo, so I don't remember. Thank you for allowing me to share my story. Renee. Yosemite Half Dome. This happened around August of 2019. I'm not sure what we experienced or if there was anything odd about it, but whatever. It's also a bit of a long story. Sorry about that. So, this was a hike up to Half Dome. We had a campground about a 20-minute drive away from the trailhead, and the group was composed of me, an 18-year-old male, my uncle, a 32-year-old male, and my uncle's friend, whom I'll call D. There were 2 girls with us, but they aren't relevant to the story. My uncle and his friend are both Christian, so there were no substances consumed that could induce the feelings I will be talking about. We get to our campsite, set up camp, and go to sleep after eating. We plan to wake up at 4 a.m. and start the hike by 4:30. I randomly wake up at 3:30 a.m., like completely wide awake, and look out of my hammock, and I remember feeling this odd feeling, as if I was woken up by something. And I remember looking out at the moonlit scene. The moon was very bright for some reason, and thinking to myself, it looks like a dream. I lay back in the hammock but can't go to sleep, and end up waking up my uncle and friend at 3:50 a.m. My uncle asked me, "Were you walking around at night?" This is important. And I say no, and ask why. He says he woke up for some reason and could hear someone walking around. Not like an animal, but a person. I say, weird, and we brush it off. We get to the trailhead around 4:30 a.m., and as everyone is unloading from the car, he says he's going to use the bathroom, which there are a couple of before the trailhead. I walk behind him for some time before falling behind and waiting for my uncle, who forgot something in the car. The short, straight road from the parking lot runs directly into a T intersection with a road to the trailhead, and the bathroom is directly across from the intersection through a field a little ways. Those who have been there know what I'm talking about. We get to the intersection and wait for D to come out of the bathroom. We wait about 10 minutes before I go and check the bathroom, and he isn't there. I get back to my uncle and tell him that. He says, weird, maybe he went back to the car or something. We decide to wait a little bit more. By 5:10, we were beginning to worry. My uncle goes to check the car while I wait at the intersection to make sure we don't miss him if he went down the road away from the trailhead. My uncle returns, says he isn't there either. We decide maybe he went up to the trailhead without us for some reason, and walk up there in about 10 minutes. He isn't there either. We're kind of baffled now because there are no other logical places he would go. I decide to run back and check the car and the bathroom again. I meet him halfway before I get to the intersection. He's sweaty and disheveled with a weird look in his eyes. I say, "Where have you been?" He says that he went to the bathroom, and when he got back to the intersection that we weren't there, and that he just assumed we went to the trailhead and started walking, and then he met me. I say, "What do you mean? We waited at the intersection for over half an hour, checked at the car, bathroom, and trailhead, and you weren't there." He says, "Well, I don't know. I went to the bathroom." He then asked me where my uncle is. I say at the trailhead, and he asks me again, and I tell him again, and note that it was weird that he asked me twice. As we're crossing the bridge to the trailhead, he sees a light off on the riverbank and exclaims, "Oh, maybe that's him." And I just look at him and keep walking. I thought his behavior was very strange, like he wasn't thinking straight. We finally get on with the hike, and it goes by as normal, except that we seem to keep losing things, such as my uncle's small red flashlight, one of the girls' gloves, a water bottle, etc. It's like we just simply forgot about the items and couldn't remember where we could have left them. On the way back, it got dark, and we turned on our flashlights. And as we near the end of the hike, after the 2 waterfalls, it begins to seem as if we've been walking far too long. My uncle confirms this, asking me, "Doesn't it seem like it's taking way longer to get back?" I say, "Yeah, I was just thinking that." We keep walking, but it still seems like we're not making any progress. I've been on that trail many times. As I was walking, I couldn't spot any familiar landmarks. It was weird. There was this odd feeling in the air, sort of a slight menacing feeling. It's hard to describe. I remember thinking, it feels like the woods are alive. We remarked 3 more times about how long the hike is taking and began to laugh at it because it felt so ridiculous. After a bit, we finally and suddenly find ourselves on the final stretch and make it back to the car. Now, all this seemed odd at the time, but I just brushed it off. I only realized how weird those events felt after we got home, and my aunt asked my uncle, "Were you camping?" And he says, "Yeah, how did you know?" As we didn't tell them we were going since it was kind of last minute. She says that she had an odd dream where she saw my uncle in a tent in a forest, and someone was outside of his tent. She says she couldn't see who it was, but knew there was a presence there. She says she woke up around 3 a.m. and had the strong urge to pray for him, and she did. My uncle kind of looks at me after that like, "Are you hearing this shit?" Thank you for allowing me to share my story. Tim. Strange experience in Starved Rock State Park, Illinois. I had a very strange experience 12 years ago in Starved Rock State Park, Illinois. It was so bizarre at the time, I never discussed it. I began reading the missing 411 stories a few weeks ago and realized what I encountered fits into the missing 411 profile. Additionally, since many of the missing 411 stories border on the unexplainable and bizarre, I feel what I encountered was not unique, that it was part of an actual phenomenon. Here's my story. I was visiting my girlfriend in Chicago. On a sunny and calm winter day, we decided to go for a hike at Starved Rock State Park. I'm an avid hiker, and being on leave from Iraq, I wanted to take in some cool, fresh air. We hiked the park for several hours. In late afternoon, we started heading back to the car. About a half-mile away from the parking lot, we came into an area where tree branches were broken and pulled towards or over the trail. Most of the branches were broken high up, I'd say 8 feet and more off the ground. I lived in Washington State before going to Iraq and knew something of Sasquatch areas. So I told the girlfriend it looked like a squatch area due to the branches broken off up high and pulled over the trail. That's about the time things started to get strange. Soon after mentioning this, I felt like someone was staring at me. It's like if you go in a room with a lot of people and someone is focused on you, you get an uneasy feeling and can tell you're being watched. It was like this, but stronger. I started to look around to see who was watching me. It was winter and the forest was visible hundreds of feet in all directions. There was a group of walkers several hundred feet behind us and no one in front of us, but I saw no one staring at me. As we passed through the squatch area, I began to have the feeling someone was behind me, following us. I looked around and listened, but saw and heard nothing. There was just people 400 feet or so back on the trail, and they were talking amongst themselves. They weren't looking our way. The sense of someone being behind me was persistent, so I kept looking behind me, I'd say at least twice a minute. But there was just a group way back there. The feeling of being watched is one thing, but feeling like someone is close behind you is something else. It is more disturbing. I told the girlfriend to go further in front of me and let her go about 20 feet in front because I had a strong sensation of a nearby presence just behind us. So I turned around not more than 30 seconds since the last time I looked back, and there's this woman there. She was walking, but coming up on me fast. There was something way off about her speed. She was walking when I spotted her, but her speed was much faster than her gait. It was as if she were on a people mover escalator like in an airport. She was coming up fast and was, I'd say, no more than 15 or 20 feet behind me when I saw her. I was rather alarmed and glared at her. She stopped when our eyes met. I gave her a look like, "WTF are you doing coming upon me like that?" We stood there staring at each other. Neither of us moved. She had her head cocked back to her left and looked at me from the corner of her eyes in a slightly alarmed, "You caught me" type of look. She was completely normal looking, like a local Chicago lady, late 50s, wearing a bright red winter coat, gloves, slacks, etc. In hindsight, there are a few other things besides her speed which stand out. The first thing is there was no sound, no footsteps, no rustling in the woods, nothing to tell me to turn around other than the strong sense of something behind me, which I'd had for a bit. At the speed she was moving, she would have had to have been running hard, but I heard no footsteps. She was not breathing hard and her mouth was closed. Her gait was a walking gait. She was not running. However, she was moving towards me at a running speed. I mean fast. When she stopped, I'd say she was less than 20 feet from me. At the speed she was moving, in 1 or 2 seconds, she'd have been on me. The next thing that stands out is her features. She had no distinguishing features. None in her hair, skin, or clothing. No shadowing or skin hues, dimples, etc. As a former Army criminal investigator, I know to look for distinctive markings on people and clothing. There were none. I'd estimate her height at 5 foot 10 inches. Her clothes were of uniform coloring and indistinct. It was like she just stepped out of a department store. Her bright red coat was pristine with a uniform hue to it. There wasn't even shading, which there should have been given the clear sky and low sun. After staring at each other for I'd say 5 to 10 seconds, I felt like I got my point across, so I turned around and continued walking. The girlfriend had not noticed anything and had continued walking. I took about 3 steps and realized there was no way she could have come up from that group in the 30 or so seconds since I'd last looked back. There was also nowhere to come from on either side. Visibility at that point was hundreds of feet all around. I said to myself, "No way," and spun back around. She was gone, simply vanished. I checked the group behind us and no one had a red coat on or was looking at us. There was no one else around, and there had been no sounds other than my footfalls. The woman just vanished. From that point, it took us about 10 minutes to reach the car. For the remainder of the walk, I did not feel like I was being stared at or followed. I've never been back to Starved Rock State Park and have no intention of going back. The whole thing was bizarre. How was I supposed to tell anyone about that? So I never have. My mental state was fine. I have a high IQ and a 20-year career in a STEM field following Army service. At the time, I was working a DoD IT contract in Iraq. I was well rested and relaxed, being on vacation with a girlfriend. There were no drugs or alcohol involved. These are strictly prohibited in my line of work and were grounds for immediate termination under MNFI's GO1, which I was subject to at the time. I've carried this experience around for 12 plus years, being unable to talk about it because it was so exceptional and unexplainable. It's a relief to read similar stories of unusual encounters and disappearances. After reading many missing 411 accounts and the profile of disappearances, I believe I narrowly averted being snatched by whatever that thing was. I do not think it was the woman I saw. I think it was something different which I could not see. Thank you, Anonymous. Eerie footsteps behind us. When I was around 12 years old, my girlfriend and I went with my parents to an isolated cabin that was only accessible by boat in northern Ontario, Canada, near my dad's reservation called Serpent River. Anyway, my brother was swimming in the lake, so my girlfriend and I decided to hike up a hill that ended up being quite steep with cedar trees all around us. So as we were making our way up, we decided to sit down and take a rest as the ground was covered in cedar needles and quite comfortable. As we were sitting there, we were chatting because we could see my brother swimming in the lake. From quite up high on the hill we climbed, then all of a sudden the ground was shaking underneath our butts like something so heavy was running behind us. It scared the daylights out of both of us, and we hightailed it down that hill. We did look behind us, but we could only feel it and could not see anything. To this day, I've always wondered what it could be. We thought the only possible thing that could make the ground vibrate like that might be a moose, but then again I just couldn't see how or why a moose would be so high up on a hillside with rocks and cedar trees. It still perplexes me to this day. Anonymous. Unexplained, invisible, or cloaked being / humanoid. When I was about 5 years old, I was playing by the edge of the woods behind my grandmother's house. I played there often, and my grandmother just kept an eye on me from the kitchen or living room because the house had huge windows that faced the woods. She would come out every once in a while just to see what I was up to. I was obsessed with digging in the dirt and collecting unusual rocks and arrowheads that littered the land where my grandmother lived. I should mention this is Midwest Illinois, not too far from Cahokia Mounds, so finding arrowheads was actually not that uncommon. Anyway, that day, I remember picking out a spot to dig. I'd been out there for quite a while because I remember I had a pretty decent-sized hole going when something caught my eye up in the tree that I was next to. I almost don't know how to explain it, but it looked like almost a heat wave coming off the branch of the tree. It was fall. I remember this because I had my pink jacket on and remember thinking my mom was going to be pissed because I had dirt around the bottom of the arms from digging. I also remember there being a lot of leaves on the ground. Anyway, I'm staring at this heat wave and realize it has a human shape. So here I am, 5 years old, and wondering why there's an invisible man in the tree. I remember feeling scared but unsure what to do. Then it started moving and making a faint clicking sound. This is about the time that I decided that I was not supposed to be seeing this, and I hightailed it back to the house. My grandmother saw I was pretty shaken, and I remember telling her that I just saw an angel. In my 5-year-old mind, I didn't know what else it could be. I'd never heard of aliens or ghosts or monsters, so to me it had to be an angel because that's all my little mind could think of. Fast forward to when I was about 12 years old. By this time, the encounter was way out of my mind. I loved watching action and sci-fi movies. My dad rented a movie called Predator. I'm watching it with him, and the first time you see the Predator, invisible / cloaked, I about shit my pants. All the memories from that day digging in the dirt came flooding back. I even asked my dad if Predator was real, or if he knew of anyone or any animal that had cloaking ability that I didn't know about. He told me it was all fake. It wasn't like it is today, where I could just Google it. I had no access to the internet, so again, I just put it out of my mind. Again, fast forward to about the year 2004. I'm grown now. I have 3 small children. I just went through a separation from my husband. I moved to the next town over to an apartment with my kids. These apartments are all one-level duplexes, with there being 5 buildings. I'm at the very last apartment of the last building. The apartments are considered in town, but are on the outskirts. There's a deep ditch that runs behind the buildings with a chain-link fence that separates the backyard from the ditch. There's about 6 or 7 trees on our side of the fence. And if you follow the ditch a little bit, you hit a small forest that eventually leads to the country, with a larger forest and farmland. I'm a smoker, but would not smoke in the apartment because of the kids, so I often went out to the back porch. One night I was up late doing laundry and stuff after the kids went to bed. I decided to take a smoke break before I myself went to sleep. So I'm back there on the porch, and I started hearing this faint clicking sound. I immediately looked to the ditch because I'd seen a groundhog out there a few days before and thought perhaps he was out there again. The yard is faintly lit from the outside light that's by the playground that is to the right of my back porch. I didn't turn on my porch light. I didn't normally if I was just going out for a quick smoke. I didn't see any groundhog or movement from the ditch, so I go back to smoking my cigarette. The faint clicking sound keeps happening, and a slight shift of movement makes me look up into the tree to the left of my porch. It's there. The same invisible thing I'd seen when I was 5. It's like a distortion and in a humanoid shape. It's crouched down on the branch with an arm out holding onto the trunk of the tree. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this happening? Has it come to kill me from me seeing it all those years ago? All I could think about was my kids in the apartment sleeping. I ran in and slammed and locked the door. I ran to the kids' room and made sure all the windows were locked. Then I just turned out the lights in the living room and stared out the blinds at the tree to see if I could catch another glimpse of it. I sat there for a good 10 minutes and couldn't see anything. I began to think I was just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. Just as I was finally talking myself down, a neighbor's dog comes running across the yard and starts barking at the tree, the same branch that I'd seen this predator thing on. That pretty much freaked me out because this dog was not a barker. I've actually never heard him bark at anything, even at the groundhog that had been hanging out at the ditch. This barking went on for a few minutes until I hear the neighbor lady who owns the dog call him back inside. The dog reluctantly turned to go back home, stopping every few feet to look back at the branch of the tree until he was out of my sight. I didn't sleep that night and have never seen anything like it again. I don't know what to think of it. I'm a grown woman. I have kids and a good career. I just want to know if anyone else has ever had an experience like this. I know what I saw, believe it or not. Also, just a strange little side note about my obsession with digging when I was younger. I had an uncanny ability to just know where to dig for stuff. Like I said, I used to dig up arrowheads and unusual rocks and geodes all the time. It was kind of strange. I remember this one time I was fishing with my dad, and when we got back to the camp, I just started randomly digging in a meadow off to the side of the camp. I dug up a whole bunch of marbles. It was weird. They were all pretty deep, too. My dad was pretty amazed by it. Thanks for taking the time to read this. Anonymous. I'm not sure what happened to me in the woods. I don't know if this is the same kind of stuff, but someone said I should post this here. Okay, so I know this is going to sound crazy, and honestly, I've spent a long time reading stories on here and called BS on stories half as crazy as what happened to me. I'm no writer, so I apologize in advance if I don't explain this well. I love creepy stuff and spend a lot of time listening to stories on YouTube and reading them here and various other places. A friend of mine came to me because she knows I love stuff like this and told me she had a strange experience the other night with her boyfriend where she parked near a woods on the edge of town, and just as they were about to start fooling around, something made a creepy giggling noise from the woods. Her boyfriend got out and threw stones into the woods, thinking someone was playing a prank or something. She said he shined his phone light into the woods, and they both saw what looked like tiny people scattering back into the woods. I asked how tiny. She said about the size of her dog, which is a little white fluffy thing. I'm not sure what the type is, but they're really small dogs. I drove up to the woods that night to check it out and parked near where she said she parked, but didn't hear anything. So after a while, I got out of the car and went into the woods to look around. I didn't want to go far in, and I swear I took less than 20 steps into the woods when I heard a laugh. It sounded like a little girl, but off. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but I spun around and pointed my torch to where it had come from, and there was nothing there. Then, as I was looking around for what had made the sound, I realized I was really far into the woods, like seriously far in them, and I couldn't see my car or even the road. I know I hadn't walked that far. I was confused as hell, and when I went to head back the way I came from, I wasn't even on a path. I weirdly didn't panic, though I remember being what I would call drunk calm. Like when someone kicks off a problem in a bar, but you've had a few, so you just have no reaction to it. Like part of you knows you should be reacting, but you're just not. I just looked around and started walking in what I felt was the right direction, but the more I walked, I felt like I was dazed, and I kept thinking it was because it was so hot. It was pretty late at night, so it shouldn't have been. But I felt like I was on a beach on holiday somewhere, and I just kept thinking I need to cool down to clear my head, so I started stripping. I'm seriously not the kind of girl who just strips off, by the way. Like, I'm not shy, but I don't do stuff like that. But my head was just fuzzy, and I was convinced I'd feel better if I took everything off, and I was just dropping everything as I walked. I even dropped my torch, as I just felt like my eyes would see better without it. I don't fully remember what was going on after that. I felt like I was walking for ages, like everything just felt like a dream. But I felt comfortable. Even though I was naked, I still felt like it was really warm. I don't know where I was, but I remember finding a small pond and trying to cool off by splashing the water over my head and then sitting on the edge and dangling my feet in the water. It felt deep, like I was on the edge of a pool, like it was just a straight edge going down, even though it looked like it was a little more than a large puddle. I remember it being really nice and cold when I felt a hand around my ankle, and then a second one around the other. Everything still just felt normal, though, like I was thinking I should slide forward and lower myself in the water because it was so nice and cool. Like even trying to remember it all as much as I'm freaked out feels like just such a peaceful memory. I could feel the hands around my ankles, and I started laughing as something started tickling my feet. I'm not sure how long this went on for, but in my memory, it feels like it was happening for hours. I was just giggling and thinking about getting all the way into the water. I'm not sure what broke me from my daze, but I feel like someone else was there who said something to me. I remember pulling my feet out of the water, the hands letting go without a fight, and then turning around and walking away. Everything is blank, though, after I started walking away. The next thing I remember is being back in my car, suddenly very, very uncomfortable about being naked and starting to panic. I seriously have considered going back in the woods to find my clothes, but thankfully decided against it, as I imagined the few awkward moments getting home were better than risking the woods again. I have no idea what to think about what happened, and I'm pretty sure no one is going to believe me, but I had to tell people about this. I mean, has anyone experienced things like this before? Thank you, Anonymous. Dogman or Unknown Cryptid Encounter. My name's John, and I spent much of my childhood with my father, who taught me how to hunt and fish. We had land in Franklin County, which is the outskirts of Laurel, Indiana. My father built our home, and it was located just about 20 yards from the deep woods off Bulltown Road, which was named that because when the farmers would take their cattle to or from the market, that's the path they would travel. That's now our road. We fished for everything from bluegill to trout to bass, and the most fun, the infamous blue, channel, and flathead catfish. Hunting was no different, from squirrel, rabbits to deer. My dad also showed me how to noodle for snapping turtles, although I never really had the nerve for that. My best times were with him showing me what ginseng, bloodroot, and rhubarb all looked like. I would go on those adventures, although not having much luck finding them as I did the morel mushrooms. I've spent more days and nights in the woods, at riverbanks and lakes than I had ever had or wanted to in some city setting, and these places were my comfort zones, where I felt at peace, where I truly felt alive and closest to my Creator, and never, ever had I experienced anything like what I had in this January of 2010. It was early when I got up and ready to head out squirrel hunting off some property over by my uncle's house, which is really the same romping grounds I ran with when I was just a kid, out hunting with my pop. I was going to use my .22 Marlin, which was a good rifle with a Casco scope, instead of a shotgun, because to me, there was nothing worse than picking out buckshot when you're trying to enjoy a hot plate of fried mushrooms and biscuits with squirrel gravy. I got out in the general area where I wanted to begin my hunt and found a nice hickory to lean up against, and just as I usually do, I leaned back, got really comfortable, and began to rest my eyes. Catch a nap, I figured really quick, before I get serious with squirrel hunting. So I listened for about 5 minutes to see if I heard them cut in this direction, or that which a squirrel on a cut is what we call them chewing and breaking open hickory and walnut. Just as my usual routine, I fell asleep. I remember when I woke, it was as if I was startled awake, like if someone had clapped loudly to get your attention next to your face. I opened my eyes and was wondering, did I actually hear that, or was that just in my head? I looked up and straight ahead of me and saw something duck down behind a bramble bush that was about 6 to 7 feet tall and about 50 yards out from me. Again, I wondered, am I seeing things as well as hearing them? Now, I grew up hearing aunts and uncles, cousins, and other trusted people telling stories of UFOs. No close encounters, just lights in the sky. And as for Bigfoot, Harry and the Hendersons came out when I was 9 in 1987, and it was something I thought, sure, I can bite on that. This is me as a child thinking the Earth was much bigger than it actually is. The endless redwood forest and the Amazon with Tarzan and the tribes that have never seen civilized man, that's where these creatures roamed. But what I saw, this was something out of a Hollywood movie. I couldn't see very well still. The sun hadn't quite came up over the horizon. As for everything going silent, I was used to that because the birds were barely even awake at this hour. I took my gun and thinking, I'm about to catch someone trespassing on the land. I moved the scope up to my left eye and began to scan the width of the briar bush, which was about 10 to 15 feet, followed by a huge oak tree that ran parallel with the bush. I couldn't make anything out. It all blended in, until I made out a sharply pointed ear. At first I thought it was a bobcat because of the tassel of hair that was protruding out of the ear, but as my eyes finally focused in more and trying to decipher what was just bush and leaves to what was hair and facial features, when I saw an eye on the right side of his face looking at me. It registered to me there's no branches or limbs for any animal such as a bobcat or coyote to be able to appear that's positioning itself upright, and which I saw when I first opened my eyes. I know the moment when I was looking at something I'd never seen before, because it felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over my head, and almost simultaneously, my teeth began to chatter. At that moment, I knew what I was looking at, and it was most definitely looking at me, had been standing upright. I lowered my rifle because there was no way on God's green earth that I was going to try to fire on this animal, for lack of anything I'd ever seen before, an upright canine. I didn't turn my back on him, but I slowly stood up. I was about maybe 150 yards into the woods. My mind was clear and focused, though. Just don't turn your back. And I walked slowly back to the road and my car. It never showed itself fully, and I'm glad. Since this has happened, I can't bring myself to hike in parks alone. I don't go fishing at night if the area is secluded, and those are just the long-lasting effects. I was about 32 when this happened, so it's been 10 years. I would damn near have panic attacks taking out the garbage. What I grew up loving to do with my father was now something I'm scared to do by myself. My dad had passed away in 1999 to a drunk driver, and this encounter actually happened about 20 days after I lost my mom in 2010 to cancer. So I never had the opportunity for the two people I've been raised by out in the middle of the sticks for their theory on this. I do remember my father telling me one night he went out to the woodshed to grab a wheelbarrow load of firewood for the stove. I was young, so I didn't ask him to elaborate, But he said when he had reached the shed, he heard a growl that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, put him in an utter rush to get back into the house. All he explained other than that was it sure wasn't a bobcat or a coyote. Looking back, I wish I would have pressed for more, because this man noodle snapping turtles and was the only one the old bull of grandpa's would respect. In closing, I've only heard of Dogman in about the last 5 years. I haven't shared my story but maybe with 5 people, and I'll only ever say I saw something in the woods that I can't explain. Because that sounds much more rational than, you guys, I saw a werewolf. But I know I've come about as far as I can to recover from this encounter, with stories of aliens, Bigfoot, Dogman, and missing people, as well as a plethora of other cryptids I've not mentioned. But I can tell you now as I write, if you were to tell me you've seen something in the woods, describe it, can't explain it, I believe you, because I've had my encounter too. Signed, John. Creature in the woods. This only happened several days ago, so my mind is still pondering what happened. My friend and I are avid outdoorsmen, primitive camping, hiking, etc., etc. There's this local county park with a weird, spooky history. Lots of people with odd sightings, menacing experiences, reportedly witchcraft. You get the idea. Well, we were hiking there and decided to follow a couple of game trails. We wanted to get away from the casual hikers and really explore the more unexplored parts of the forest. We'd gone several miles in and came to an area with a lower bush line, so our visibility was pretty good. All of a sudden, a storm of acorns erupted around us, with no wind to speak of. After this incident occurred, we had this overwhelming sense of being watched. We'd gone another several hundred yards when my friend calls out, "What is that?" And when I look towards what he's pointing at, we see this dark humanoid shape standing by a tree. It was around 4 feet tall, dark brown to black in color, and seemed to get highly agitated when I took notice of it. The only way to describe its movement was that it was lightly bouncing back and forth, giving off an aggressive vibe. Instinctively, we both pulled out our knives. My friend also pulled out his axe, and we felt combat was inevitable. It kept watching us, emanating this aggressive energy. For some reason, we decided to move towards it. What happened next, I cannot explain. It simply disappeared. Once we both saw it disappear, we made a beeline to the tree it was at. We can be stupid brave. And there was no sign or sound of anything having been there. We look around and nothing. There was no way for it to have gotten away without making a sign or even making noise, as the brush wouldn't have allowed that. Sheathing our weapons, we stood there dumbstruck, not sure what had just happened. Thank you, Anonymous. Well, there you have it, our first batch of listener stories. Let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT at gmail.com. We're very interested in stories that detail encounters with ghosts, humanoids, cryptids, or any type of other unknown entity that is beyond explanation. Thanks again for listening, and please be sure to give us a like on the video and to share and subscribe for more strange stories. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories. a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine-tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners. From eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human experience and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. Shadow Bandits. Dear Sirs, how long I've waited to hear from others about what I've dealt with. I'm 50 years old now, and this happened to me when I was in my late 20s. I was living in the city of Pomona, California. It was my sister and her family's home. It was located right in front of Pomona High School. From the front yard, you could see the sign in gold metallic letters that spelled out Pomona High. My sister and her family were gone for the weekend. I had the house to myself. I had a large bedroom, which was half of an even larger living room, divided by a ceiling divider that could be opened and closed at will. It was a Friday night. Suddenly, their dog started barking non-stop at the south side of the house. It took me a while to realize it, but there was a gangster-type individual at the south side of the house keeping the dog occupied, while another was rummaging through a shed in the back. I picked up a baseball bat only to look up and see the guy who had been rummaging through the shed looking at me through my window. We stared at each other for a few seconds, then simultaneously bolted toward the front yard. Me unlocking the front door allowed both of the men to escape. I walked back into my room, closed my bedroom door, and sat on my bed. Then I see two shadows where my door meets the floor. One started to whisper to the other in English. It was telling the other one what I was doing, play by play. Still angry and fired up from what had just happened, I figured it was the same thieves who had come back and had gotten into the house. I jumped up with the bat again and flung open the door. There was nothing there. I closed the door, and that's when I saw through a window in the house that looked into the indoor laundry room. Two beings walked through the back door like ghosts, then a second locked door like nothing. They weren't shimmering like the Predator. They were more like humanoid forms, but just blurs or distortions. If they stood still, you probably wouldn't even know they were there. They came right back to my door and started with the play-by-play stuff. One was bigger than the other. The bigger one was only about 4 feet tall, and the smaller one about 3 feet tall. The terror I felt was unreal. I was in good shape then, and a veteran who had been a problem solver with CID. In other words, I would get rid of people under the table, if you will. The blackest of black missions, legal or not. So I wasn't a stranger to fear in high doses. But fear comes in different flavors, and this flavor was just alien to me. Anyway, I couldn't understand why they spoke such perfect English. I didn't get the impression that they were two adults either. It sounded like the little one was the child or apprentice to the bigger one. I crawled under my bed. It was roughly 10 p.m. I woke at about 9 a.m. and crawled out from underneath my bed. The day was beautiful. The sun was shining and I felt fearless for about 30 seconds. Those things walked right back into my house, right up to my bedroom door, and started again. This is frightening at night, but when it happens during the day, it's more distressing because at least in the night you have hope of being saved by the light of day. Now there was no hope. The fear was horrid. It finally gave way to my friend, rage. There's something inside all of us. It will only come out in super high scenarios of danger or fear. You never know what you have until you go there. Mine is a form of rage that is calm and far more disciplined than I am. I had decided to open the door and bring the bat down on their heads whack-a-mole style. But I think they can read minds because at that moment, they calmly walked out of my house. They were blurs, but yet cast a small shadow. Spoke English. Everything said was in a whisper. I will never forget them. This is a true story. Signed, Freddie Sanchez. Shadow people, shadow beasts. I've recently stumbled upon your videos, which I deeply enjoy. My mostly grown children love watching scary YouTube channels, which I am usually not into. After watching one of your compilations in which you related the events of your mother and subsequent Joshua Tree story, I'm reminded of several events I had in 2002 and 2003. My oldest daughter was born in February of '02 in Mississippi, and shortly after, my wife's parents convinced us to move in with them back in Georgia. We moved back in March or April. We had 2 cats, a male and a female, with us. My in-laws had a split level where the front door opened onto a stairwell up and down. The back went to the bottom floor, which is where we stayed. Me, my 13-year-old brother-in-law, wife, and later my blood brother all had numerous encounters. Back then, the house was at the end of the street with many acres of woods to the rear and one side. Early on after moving in, we had to put the cat's cage on the back porch due to my mother-in-law being allergic. One night, I put them up around dark. I went out and fed them around 10 p.m. as I was going to bed. I went inside and was heading to bed when I heard some very loud animal noises coming from outside. I ran back thinking one of them had gotten stuck. The sounds woke my wife and she came running shortly after. When I got to the cats, Maddox, the female, had been hollowed out. I was a paramedic for many years at a busy 911 service, and I swear I have never seen anything like it. She was open from mid-ribs straight through the groin. Her back legs were broken, and all her organs were gone. The other cat was cowering in the corner of the cage as far away as possible. There was not a drop of blood anywhere. It was horrific and terrifying. I had literally fed them, walked inside, closing the sliding glass door and into the bedroom when this occurred. This was just the beginning of terrible events at this house. When talking to my brother-in-law one day, we got to talking about seeing weird shadow figures. He had grown up in this house, and I had started seeing shadows out of the corners of my eyes very frequently. He started telling me that he had been seeing it for many years, and that it used to stand over his bed at night. Every time, dozens, I saw one, I had a deep sense of impending doom. Many small events throughout 2002 occurred, but in 2003, my little brother graduated high school in Florida and moved up to Georgia to be near me. He was often with me. One night, we were out back smoking with the porch light behind me. Around the concrete slab of the porch was a little gated fence about 3 feet high. We'd been sitting outside for a while and had several Coke cans on the railing. While smoking, we heard growling coming from what felt almost everywhere. My brother's a big guy at almost 6'5", and I heard growling from the woods enough that we weren't initially that worried about it. After a few minutes, I squatted down and saw what I could only describe as a very large, shadowy dog with red eyes charge us from where my shadow touched the tree line. I yelled and fell back on my butt. My brother jumped back. As soon as my shadow no longer touched it, it was gone. We ran inside. Several hours later, deciding we weren't going to let our imaginations get the best of us, we went back out to smoke again. We took a flashlight outside and walked over to the tree line while smoking. While looking toward the rear of the property, we saw a pair of red eyes, not glowing, but probably just a deer or dog or something. We were laughing until we saw that it looked like it stood to be about 7 or 8 feet tall. It was intimidating, but figured it might have just been a raccoon climbing a tree. Until we heard loud growling. After earlier, our courage broke and we hauled ass back toward the house. We could hear something heavy running through the woods to our left. As we reached the gate, it felt like something moved at us from the woods and knocked all the Coke cans off the railing. We got inside and locked the door. My brother-in-law had heard us yelling and came running downstairs. While talking to him, we happened to look at a mirror hanging over the couch and we could all clearly see what looked like a skull in the reflection of the sliding back door. Again, sorry for the long email. I have so many other events like this I could probably write a book. I would never tell others these stories, as I look at a lot of stuff as just hokey. But your stories, while different, struck a chord. Anyway, if you want any of the other stories, let me know. Thank you for making me feel a little less crazy, and sorry for the long mail. Signed, James. Bizarre vehicle encounter. The only person I've ever shared this story with is my wife. What I experienced was as real as anything else in my life, but I know that most people would not believe me if I tried to explain it to them. I live in Austin, Texas. I noticed that not many of your stories come from the Lone Star State, and I want to help remedy that. At this time, I was living at the southernmost point in Austin and working in a city called Round Rock, which is just north of Austin. It was about a 40-mile commute that I embarked on each day to and from work. The shifts at my job were 4 10-hour shifts instead of the traditional 5 8-hour shifts, and I split 2 early shifts and 2 late shifts with one of my coworkers. The late shift meant that I would arrive at work at 11:30 a.m. and leave at 9:30 p.m. The night of my strange experience, I'd been working a late shift. I finished at 9:30, got in my car, and headed down Interstate 35 like normal. It was dark out and a clear night, and most likely relatively warm. I think it was around the month of September in 2013. This is how it unfolded. I was driving in the left lane on the highway, and I passed a section where there's an on-ramp on the right from a connecting highway. As I was passing this area, I noticed a vehicle come down the on-ramp and join the rest of the traffic on I-35. I can't explain exactly what this vehicle looked like because it was dark out, and I don't think I ever stared directly at it. It was a 4-door sedan-type vehicle with potentially any recent make of the last 30 years. What was especially noticeable about the vehicle was its driver, who I can't exactly describe either. He appeared to be a male, 35 to 50 years old. He was hanging out of the driver's side window, waving his left arm in the air and really hooting and hollering like he was having a great time. The vehicle was also making maneuvers that are physically impossible for any kind of car I've ever seen. The vehicle would make semicircles and sometimes full circles around the other cars on the highway while keeping up with the traffic. It's tough to convey how horrifying it was to see this while driving down the highway at night. I didn't even have time to register how unbelievable all of it was. I just had time to see a wildly reckless vehicle swerving around the highway, and I honestly believed that I was about to die. It didn't seem like there was any way a car could do that without causing a major accident. I didn't even tense up because I was so sure of impending impact. I actually relaxed my body as much as I could. But me and all the other vehicles just continued down the highway. It was torture watching this maniac out of the side of my eye, and he had this presence of really taunting me or anyone else who could see him. At one point, some debris hit the right side of my vehicle. It was probably just some pebbles on the highway, but I remember thinking this crazy driver was throwing something at me. Amazingly, after just a minute or so, the crazy driver took the next exit and left the highway. I watched the vehicle as it went down the off-ramp and joined the street traffic, and it was continuing to jerk around wildly until I lost sight of it. The next few minutes of driving, I took a few deep breaths of relief, and only after several minutes did I start to piece together what had just happened and realize that I just had a paranormal experience right there on the highway. I hope you appreciate my story. Signed, Alex. Invisible Entity Encounter. Hi. I commented under one of your videos my story about my encounter with an invisible entity. Here's the story again. In late 2014, I was living in Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania with my now ex-husband and 2 boys. We lived in a trailer on his uncle's property. His uncle lived directly across from us about 20 feet, and there were also 2 other trailers on his property to the right down at the bottom of a hill on the property with woods next to it. This was November. It was cold, I remember. Being that we lived in the sticks, my ex's uncle would burn the trash, so one dusk I go out to walk the trash to the bottom of the hill. As I'm walking past the trailers situated to the right, I hear a rustling noise seemingly coming from the roof of one of the trailers. I look and see nothing, thinking it's just an animal of some sort. I walk a few more steps, almost now to less than a foot past the second trailer, when I hear the thud of feet hit the ground from atop the trailer. But there's nothing there. I stand there baffled for a moment, and as I said, the sun was setting. So just as whatever this was starts toward the woods, I catch the glimpse of an outline of a humanoid figure, and I watch as the brush parts as this thing walks through and into the woods. My thoughts were, WTF was that? Am I actually awake? Is this a dream? A glitch in the Matrix? Then to, it's aliens. So I threw the garbage and ran back up to my trailer and tell my ex, whom of course didn't believe me. Now a few days prior to this, I had an encounter with a UFO. I'm an avid sky watcher and was out with my flashlight, a long cop-style light. I saw this bright light that was quite low. It was not a star, so I started shining my light on it and clicked the flashlight on and off 3 times. It mimics my flashes. I stood there completely convinced that yes, there are ETs definitely. We did this on and off for about 15 to 20 more minutes, then the light suddenly vanished, as if it just faded into the night sky. Complete camouflage. I did not recall falling asleep that night and woke with my pants torn to shreds. Make of that what you will. I've had strange encounters all my life, starting back to when I was a child. I've seen angels, UFOs, ETs, orbs, and I believe a Bigfoot, too, not far from where my encounter with the invisible entity was. I've also had 3 near-death experiences and heard the voice of God as I was going to the beautiful heavenly colored lights. I truly believe that the world we live in is no doubt stranger than fiction. Thank you for reading my story. Sincerely, Sonny J. Harmful humanoid. This happened to me in 2016. I moved from New Mexico to Washington State. Well, I used to go walking with a family member every morning after taking her children to school near Battleground, Washington, in Battleground Lake State Park. On this particular day, she had errands to run, so I found myself going alone. I parked my car, get out, stretch, and get ready for my 3-mile daily walk. So I started off walking and got about 5 minutes into the park, and everything fell quiet. Eerily quiet at that, and nothing looked familiar. I got this weird feeling I was no longer alone. I could feel someone or something watching me. I panicked and started walking faster. I could hear twigs breaking around me in every direction, so I started walking faster still. Suddenly, I'm in a full-on running sprint. I broke from the tree line and ended up really far away from my car, like 15 minutes away, when I know I'd barely walked a few minutes. I could still hear hurried footsteps behind me though, and all of a sudden I felt hands behind my back and I was shoved hard to the ground. Whatever had done it with such hatred and anger that when I fell, I actually heard my bones break underneath me. I'd shattered my elbow and broke my wrist, and that's not even the worst part. Well, thank God the person driving saw me before I was pushed in front of his car. But he did say he saw what looked like a humanoid shadowy figure literally push me in front of his car. The damn thing literally tried to kill me, I tell you. I never went for a walk into those woods again. Signed, Anonymous. Translucent being in Zion National Park. In October 2016, I was in Zion National Park. I came up to meet my parents, but they drove back to Vegas the next day and I wanted to do a hike. They're both handicapped and can't keep up with me hiking. so I stayed behind and hiked Watchman Trail by myself. Zion is always busy, but this day was relatively calm and there were very few people on Watchman, which is a less popular trail. I enjoy sitting in nature when I hike, so about 3/4 of the way up the trail I found a beautiful spot with a little stream and blue dragonflies. I stopped to relax and watch the dragonflies and was sitting on a big boulder just on the shoulder of the trail. I hadn't seen any people for a while and was in a bit of a meditative trance. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye to my right, I caught a glimpse of something big moving toward me. I turned to look, and for a split second, I saw a huge, translucent humanoid with very long arms walking toward me on the trail. The best way to describe its gait is lumbering. All within a split second, I saw it. I had an intuitive feeling that it knew that I could see it, and it vanished. It didn't run or turn back. It just vanished into thin air. I did not feel it was malicious, just surprised I could see it. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but I've never seen ghosts or anything ethereal before. My gift is clairaudience. I couldn't get it out of my head, and later told my now husband I'd seen something I could only describe as like the Predator movie, but with a Bigfoot outline. I'd never seen anything like this video or David Paulides' work before, and that's the description I came up with. I first heard of someone else seeing something like this in Missing 411, and both my husband and I were shocked. I have no idea what the explanation is, but I know what I saw. Thank you. Signed, Kelly. Friendly stick being encounter. My experience with the stick being wasn't unpleasant because it was so mischievous and made me smile. This was 30 years ago, and I collected bare winter branches from the floor of the woods to display in a white china vase in my home. After a few days, I started to find little things disappearing, then a little time later, finding the missing object in a ridiculously visible place. Example, losing my watch from beside my kitchen sink, then finding it balanced on the rim of the bath, a floor above me, and after I'd had a bath when there was no sign of my watch there. After a time, I saw peripherally a small, black, knobbly stick man about 18 inches high. He had twig limbs about as thick as your little finger, an oval, smooth face, sparkling eyes, thin-lipped big grin, and really funny nub-like hair and frondy bits too, all of it a darkish charcoal color. It peeped at me from various places, and I would hear a rather delightful tinkly laugh, and knew it meant me no harm and was just having fun with me. So I began just chatting to him. Knew he was male somehow, as if he was just a pal or friend visiting, and also left out nuts, honey in a tiny pot, and bits of fruit at night, and it was always gone in the morning, even the tiny pot. I knew after a time that he wasn't there by chance, so I thought back to see when he may have arrived. It didn't take long to realize it was the sticks I'd taken. He'd come with them. So I took them from the vase and announced I was sorry I'd taken the twigs without permission and was taking them back where I'd found them, but that I'd enjoy his company and pleased he had liked my food gifts and he was welcome to return any time. I returned the sticks and twigs and said sorry for just taking them and left, but learned a valuable lesson never to take things from nature unless you ask permission first. It's so important because nature spirits can cause you misfortune, even illness, if you disrespect them. Always ask, even when berry picking, and if I feel a negative atmosphere, I go somewhere else. I used to call my visitor Twig Man, and yes, he occasionally returned, and I gave him food gifts. He sometimes left me seeds, which I planted. This is true, and it never struck me as odd or thinking I was delusional. I'm very stoic and level-headed, but I'm not blinkered. Please respect nature, and it will respect you, and often give you things money can't buy. Good things for your well-being. Thank you. Signed, Anonymous. Anubis or Dogman. Hearing these stories makes me think of the Anubis-type creature I saw once. I think it may have been a guardian spirit, but who knows? I was a child at the time, and me and Papa were out tilling the garden, and in doing so, dug up some native artifacts. He was part native, so he put them all back. But me, being a kid, I kinda stole a couple. Then I was visited every night for a good 4, 5, 6 nights by this Anubis-type entity who never showed his face, but I could see the outline of his shadow. A canine head with a man's body and very tall. First night, he told me to put the things back to honor my ancestors by being honest. I thought I was dreaming. Next night, same thing, but he would move closer to my bed every night. By the 5th night, he was right next to my bed and told me not to be afraid, but that I really needed to put the things back so they could rest. It was very uncomfortable for me to be that close to whatever this was, so the next day I put it all back and the entity never came back again. But I always felt watched after that, and I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eyes all the time. I was never scared, per se, just more curious because this thing looked weird but seemed kind. Linda Godfrey put my story in one of her books. She was totally fascinated. I am too. I'd love to know what that was exactly. I also think possibly this or these entities lived in the back corner of our property, or even possibly a Bigfoot. That corner was not to be messed with at all, according to my papa. He said to never go there, and every time I got close to it, I got sick, like I was going to throw up. It was by this shelf formation in the ground. Could have been anything, but possibly a sort of mound of some kind that had been messed with to clear the land. I don't know. Kids are normally scared of things like that, but I only got scared after it left. Never understood that part either. I've been more fascinated than scared with the things I've seen or encountered. There was something in my grandparents' house that caused me to run through the hall because it felt like if I didn't, it would take me. I have no idea what that was all about. That entire house and land had some weird vibes surrounding and in it. And when I moved my kids in after my grandparents died, they also felt and experienced weird things there. Love, Nikki. Well, friends, let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT at gmail.com. We're very interested in stories that detail encounters with ghosts, humanoids, cryptids, or any type of other unknown entity that is beyond explanation. Thanks again for listening, and please be sure to give us a like on the video and to share and subscribe for more strange stories. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories, a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine-tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners, from eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human experience and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. A hunter's experience. Thank you for letting me tell my stories. It means a lot. I'm a hunter from Ohio and own a small piece of land. We have everything from skinwalkers to UFOs on this land. It started when I was 8 years old. My dad and uncle were away from the trailer, and I was alone by the fire pit, playing with my flashlight and having a fun time. Then I saw it. It had to be 6 feet tall and very hairy and skinny. It was bipedal and had horns on its head like an 8-point. It leapt on all fours and ran off. The next story, I was 16, and my dad's friend, and myself were on a four-wheeler. My dad's friend said, "What the hell is that?" It was a small, round orange ball floating at treetop level, moving in a slow circle. When we would get close, it would go out, but when we moved away, it would come back. We watched this for 10 minutes until it floated off. My third story is one I don't tell many people because it still scares me. It was in December. I was 20 at the time, and it was close to dark, and the woods were active all day. There were birds chirping, and I saw plenty of small deer during the day, but I got out of the tree stand and I remembered it going dead quiet. So I started walking, and it's a mile from my tree to the trailer, but I felt like I was being watched and followed. I started to hear a goat noise. None of my neighbors owned goats. So now I have my gun cocked, and I hear a horrible screech and something heavy running at me. I fired in the direction and ran. I ended up running into my dad, yelling, "Run," and we booked it. The final story I don't tell people, but it's time people know. It was a year after the last story. I'm 21. Now, I think this needs some backstory to it. The scary stuff hasn't been this bad ever until over the 2018 summer, where a satanic cult came into my neighbor's farm sacrificing his cows, and the woods feel different. I mean, you don't go there without something. It got to the point where you have to know where everyone is at all times. It was bow season, late September. I got out of my tree stand because I moved fields and because I wanted a new spot. But the tree was exposed so they could see me. I get on the ground and see lots of deer. It was getting dark and my dad headed back to the trailer early to pack up our gear, but he called me and said, "Hey, head back, it's getting dark." I said, "Okay," and hung up and started walking and got to the end of the field, and I heard my dad's voice, clear as day, say, "Hey, wait for me." And I stopped, but then I remembered he was at the trailer, and I ran. I heard it behind me yelling, "Wait for me, stop running," deeper and darker. I made it back, but I didn't hunt for a while after that. Sincerely, Anonymous. I knew I wasn't alone. I've not yet written these experiences down, but thought it'd be a cool idea to send them your way, because I really enjoy your narration. Feel free to use this any way you see fit. My name is Elizabeth. In May of 2019, I moved into a very fancy loft apartment at a brand new, large, expensive luxury complex in Uptown, Charlotte, North Carolina. Because of the weird things that occurred in that space, I ended up moving out early and having to pay rent at 2 locations, but it was worth it. The activity did not begin immediately. I don't even remember when it started happening. I never felt any weird vibes in that loft until one night, after probably months of nothing strange, when I was sitting on the toilet. It was after 2 a.m. and I had to pee. I fumbled into the bathroom and sat on the toilet. My brain went from half asleep to completely awake, when all of a sudden the door to my bedroom slowly closed with a moan and a click. As soon as I heard that click, I knew I was not alone. I never put real effort into contacting whomever was sharing that loft with me, because I didn't want to increase the activity, as I live alone and deal with this territory daily for work-related cases. Instead, I decided to take the opportunity to see if I could calm my nerves better and handle anything that occurred with a level head, which is generally much easier at work because the issues are not in my home. It mostly worked, until the big dude showed up. The most intense thing I saw, literally visually, was an explosion of orbs that danced like a fish in my living room, and a super fast shadow person. The main door to my loft bedroom was a barn door style set of frosted glass doors. I heard something in the kitchen sink crash. That was their favorite way to get my attention, by knocking things into the sink, and looked up. I saw a dark shadow of a child-sized person run past the glass door so quickly it was obviously paranormal. I said hello, asked them to please be quiet, and eventually went to sleep. The most startling thing that happened to me was being woken up from just having fallen asleep by someone blowing cold air fairly aggressively into my face. A pattern of sleep deprivation began forming, and soon I swear they were messing with the fire alarm. Oh my God, that alone is half the reason why I left early. I think the local fire alarm went off at least 50 times. At least. It was a nightmare. The maintenance staff would claim dead batteries or that the alarm went offline or needed to be restarted every time. But after several dead batteries and resets, they began to get spooked as well. Those awful alarms were set off at all hours, and several times the building alarm in my unit went off, but none of the other units did. The coolest things that ever happened were capturing several EVPs accidentally. I actually caught an EVP of my stepmother who passed away in 2015 saying my nickname and her own name. She took the time to identify herself, and that meant a whole lot to me. I've wished more than once that I'd put real effort into capturing more, but I did not want to encourage what was slowly turning into vaguely threatening vibes. One night, I fell asleep on the couch and woke up because I felt someone shake the entire couch, but was so groggy that the event was too hazy to be as scary as it could have been. Another night, I was watching TV on the couch and heard a very large person walk into my hallway and right up to me. I felt every hair on my body alert into vertical position and knew this was a different spirit. Male, large, and possibly drunk, because the electrified air around me reeked very strongly of grain alcohol. These apartments were not even finished opening entirely when I first moved in, but that entire complex was loaded with bad juju. After watching a freaking portal open up in the middle of a Hansa tapestry I had hanging from the large wall in front of my bed, and after constantly being woken up by negative feelings, I finally confessed what was happening to my boyfriend. Note, I do not know if it was an actual portal, but a circular or spherical mass of vibrating electricity or something began swirling and flowing slowly at first. Then as my heart rate increased, it spun faster and faster. The air began to smell like how my plasma cleaner smells when I clean water. I kind of felt like I was drowning, or maybe tapping into someone who was drowning, or maybe portals feel like drowning. I did not understand that aspect at all. Currently, my boyfriend and I live together in a totally different place, but he was planning on joining me at that cursed, overpriced uptown luxury apartment. He has pretty impressive ESP, and I do not know what exactly went through his head after I slowly confessed to everything that had been going on. But we found a new place and moved 4 months before my lease was up. It took less than a week. Now, here's the seriously crazy part. While we were moving out of uptown, my boyfriend met the movers to get the larger furniture properly placed and delivered to our new place. When they were in the bedroom breaking down the mattress and box springs, he saw a strange pile of rocks, a pile of ashes, and 3 strange-looking handmade paper or wax candles, 2 of which had been burned through the whole wick, 1 of which was unlit. He was so taken aback by the creepiness and strangeness of the scene that he grabbed the rocks and candles and dumped them into the trash. When I asked why, he said it looked like someone had been doing voodoo under my bed, and he instinctively thought to get rid of it. Unfortunately, he threw most of the little altar or whatever it was down the trash chute before the movers spotted it, but he did end up saving the unlit candle, and the pile of ashes was still there when I went to go look. We could not figure out how anyone other than a child managed to get a fairly intricate arrangement of objects under the big bed directly in the middle of the floor beneath the middle of the bed, because it's a queen-size box bed with only 5 inches of space underneath. Also, the altar was placed about 3.5 feet from the edge of the mattress under the bed. Neither of us could reach that far, and there was not enough space to fit your head or shoulders under far enough to reach the center and arrange an altar with lit candles. We've tried to figure out who could have accessed our very high-security, chip-access-only apartment door, let alone all the locked doors and security measures before that one. If any of you listeners have any ideas about what that stuff under my bed was, we're still scratching our heads over it. I didn't live there or interact with the neighbors or staff there long enough to make friends or enemies, and the only people who can access all those doors are the staff. The management of that uptown apartment was, and remains, absolutely terrible, but the staff never gave me any indication that they were intelligent enough or able to put down their phones and focus long enough to actually learn a complex spiritual topic, and I don't think anyone who worked there would bother doing something like that to risk their jobs during a pandemic. It remains a big WTF, and both my boyfriend and I feel it is related to the activity somehow. But how? North Carolina is one haunted place. Thank you for reading this, and also thank you for the other great stories and narrations. Cheers, Elizabeth. My humanoid encounter. I recently watched the video Encounters with Transparent Humanoids on your channel, and it was an eerie reminder of an experience I had about 3 years ago. The fact that someone had seen something similar to what I witnessed raised an eyebrow. I actually put it off to my brain playing tricks on me, perhaps from Matrix of Bush, Shadow and Trees. It did look odd enough to catch my attention for further inspection and watch it for about 5 minutes or so. Here's the story. It was morning, the sun was up in the sky, early fall, a light breeze blowing, moving the sparsely scattered brush in the area. That is one thing that really grabbed me. As I mentioned, I watched it, and the brush moving seemed to have no effect on the position of the apparition. It remained the same except when it appeared to move an arm and slight movement of what would be the head. It looked like a very light outline of a man. You could detect the shadow of eyes and features of the face. It stood there just looking not in my direction, but more of a direction perpendicular to the position it was standing. More or less straight ahead with a slight occasional movement in an opposite direction to me, perhaps about 20 to 25 degrees. I saw about 2/3 of the object from head to a little below the waist. Some light brush covered the rest. I watched it and couldn't believe my eyes, and tried my best to explain it with no logical explanation, as it's my nature to ask questions and rule out all the possible explanations. It was a very light outline that looked like the interior was a distortion. That is what caught my eye. I had to go to another room and answer the phone. When I came back, it was gone, or I could not see it anymore. I have no idea what it was. It was weird. Maybe just some things were in the right position and me in the right position. Who knows? It was weird, and even weirder to know that others have had the same experience. I can say this apparition and the light breeze blowing that day with no sound was an eerie feeling. I don't talk about it because I can't explain it, and as I mentioned, I need proof and don't accept everything heard or seen. There aren't many times explanations, but I will say this as the ghost in the Christmas Carol told old Scrooge, "Do you not trust your own senses?" A comment from a fictional story, but a legitimate question to ask. Take care, Sammy Henson. It moved with purpose and intelligence. I've been listening to your channel for a while now, trying to find answers and understand an experience I had about 6 months ago, just outside of my hometown in a pretty large forested area here in Ireland. I guess I'll dive right into what happened and not bore you with unimportant details. I was hiking on a trail I'm very familiar with, and because I thought it was going to lash rain, I decided to leave the trail and cut through the woods. I wanted to try and get to my car before downpour, and I knew this area like the back of my hand, or at least I should have, and believed I did. Before I knew it, I felt very strange, disoriented, and nothing looked familiar. I'm not sure if the woods seemed silent before or after I felt this way, but I became undeniably aware of how silent and eerie everything was. Oppressingly, downright suffocating silence, and my heart began to pound as I stood in place, and it felt as if the woods were spinning and closing in around me, like I'd stepped into something I could not comprehend. It was then I noticed something about 15 feet in front of me. It was 10 feet high and about 8 feet wide and distorted. It was like something was bending the light and moving towards me like a fogged-up mirror almost, but with no definitive shape. But it was moving with purpose and intelligence and would be completely invisible if not for the distortion within and me looking directly at it. I turned to run and realized another one was behind me, same size and shapeless almost. It was then I realized there were at least 4 of these things closing in on me, and I was trapped and almost paralyzed with fear. What I was seeing, my brain could not make sense of. and I was in utter panic and shock and backed up against a tree because I was terrified to run in the direction of these things. I curled up in a fetal position and put my hands over my ears because they'd begun ringing, and the sound was deafening. So I closed my eyes as these intelligent, bizarre things were all around me, about 5 feet exactly. I saw a white flash, like what happens if you're ever hit hard in the head or fell or punched. That's the best I can describe it. My ears are ringing, and then the flash, and then nothing. I woke up to rain falling on me, and hours had passed. I realized this after checking my watch. Everything was normal now, and I knew where I was. I gathered myself, checked for injuries, and realized I was completely fine, and shakingly, I left the woods and drove home. I felt weak and a little clumsy on my feet, but I was okay. I can't make sense of what happened. I've Googled similar events, but found nothing quite like what happened to me, and I really need answers. I stumbled across stealth cloaking technologies used by the military while trying to find answers, and the technology is primitive compared to what I witnessed. What these beings or things were, I just don't know. I don't have answers, and I don't know what happened to me or why. If anyone has experienced anything similar, please share with me, and I'd love to hear anyone's opinions or theories. I grew up in this area and jogged there a few times a week for the past few years, but I haven't gone back since the incident. I have no health issues, and I attended my doctors after the incident to rule out anything sinister with my health, but everything health-wise is fine. One thing that did stand out was the ringing sound that pierced through the silence of the forest right before these beings appeared, and it felt like my brain was actually sizzling in my skull. That and the smell of sulfur or something metallic actually frightened me to the point I thought my brain was bleeding or about to explode. I have no explanation for what happened, and I know in my heart what I saw was truly bizarre and not normal. They moved with purpose and intelligence, and I felt completely at their mercy while they surrounded me in that woodland. I lost almost 4 hours and have no memory of what happened during that time, as if I just passed out or something more sinister occurred. I'm starting to accept I might never have answers, and I'm trying to move on with my life, but it really shook me and my belief system upside down, and I view the world very differently ever since it happened. Your friend, Darren. Have you ever seen an invisible man? A longtime friend of mine, very traditional, totally straight when it came to substances, stopped by my place of business one day and asked me, "Have you ever seen an invisible man?" I gave her the look she expected, and she said, "No, I'm serious." She'd been walking the shore at Potawatomi, Rhode Island, and suddenly she saw a human form, or outline, maybe 30 yards away. It was bent down looking at something in the water. As she stepped closer, he suddenly stood up. From his profile, she could tell he was looking at her. This unnerved her, so she turned around and casually walked away without looking back, perhaps to make him wonder if she had seen him after all. This happened about 10 years after the first Predator movie, but I'm pretty sure this woman had not even seen it. The print ad for it would have kept her away. I told her there was a movie about invisible beings and that a common acquaintance in town had also had experience with one. I kept my eyes open after that. The woman was utterly reliable. If she saw it, it was there. Sincerely, Al Fontana. Well, friends, that's it for Volume 3. Let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT@gmail.com. We're very interested in stories that detail encounters with ghosts, humanoids, cryptids, or any type of other unknown entity that is beyond explanation. Thanks again for listening, and please be sure to give us a like on the video and to share and subscribe for more strange stories. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories, a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine-tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners. From eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human experience and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. Shadow Bandits. Dear Sirs, how long I've waited to hear from others about what I've dealt with. I'm 50 years old now, and this happened to me when I was in my late 20s. I was living in the city of Pomona, California. It was my sister and her family's home. It was located right in front of Pomona High School. From the front yard, you could see the sign in gold metallic letters that spelled out Pomona High. My sister and her family were gone for the weekend. I had the house to myself. I had a large bedroom, which was half of an even larger living room, divided by a ceiling divider that could be opened and closed at will. It was a Friday night. Suddenly, their dog started barking nonstop at the south side of the house. It took me a while to realize it, but there was a gangster-type individual at the south side of the house keeping the dog occupied, while another was rummaging through a shed in the back. I picked up a baseball bat only to look up and see the guy who had been rummaging through the shed looking at me through my window. We stared at each other for a few seconds, then simultaneously bolted toward the front yard. Me unlocking the front door allowed both of the men to escape. I walked back into my room, closed my bedroom door, and sat on my bed. Then I see two shadows where my door meets the floor. One started to whisper to the other in English. It was telling the other one what I was doing, play by play. Still angry and fired up from what had just happened, I figured it was the same thieves who had come back and had gotten into the house. I jumped up with the bat again and flung open the door. There was nothing there. I closed the door, and that's when I saw through a window in the house that looked into the indoor laundry room. Two beings walked through the back door like ghosts, then a second locked door like nothing. They weren't shimmering like the Predator. They were more like humanoid forms, but just blurs or distortions. If they stood still, you probably wouldn't even know they were there. They came right back to my door and started with the play-by-play stuff. One was bigger than the other. The bigger one was only about 4 feet tall, and the smaller one about 3 feet tall. The terror I felt was unreal. I was in good shape then, and a veteran who had been a problem solver with CID. In other words, I would get rid of people under the table, if you will. The blackest of black missions, legal or not. So I wasn't a stranger to fear in high doses. But fear comes in different flavors, and this flavor was just alien to me. Anyway, I couldn't understand why they spoke such perfect English. I didn't get the impression that they were two adults either. It sounded like the little one was the child or apprentice to the bigger one. I crawled under my bed. It was roughly 10 p.m. I woke at about 9 a.m. and crawled out from underneath my bed. The day was beautiful. The sun was shining and I felt fearless for about 30 seconds. Those things walked right back into my house, right up to my bedroom door, and started again. This is frightening at night, but when it happens during the day, it's more distressing because at least in the night you have hope of being saved by the light of day. Now there was no hope. The fear was horrid. It finally gave way to my friend, rage. There's something inside all of us. It will only come out in super high scenarios of danger or fear. You never know what you have until you go there. Mine is a form of rage that is calm and far more disciplined than I am. I had decided to open the door and bring the bat down on their heads whack-a-mole style. But I think they can read minds because at that moment, they calmly walked out of my house. They were blurs, but yet cast a small shadow. Spoke English. Everything said was in a whisper. I will never forget them. This is a true story. Signed, Freddie Sanchez. Shadow people, shadow beasts. I've recently stumbled upon your videos, which I deeply enjoy. My mostly grown children love watching scary YouTube channels, which I am usually not into. After watching one of your compilations in which you related the events of your mother and subsequent Joshua Tree story, I'm reminded of several events I had in 2002 and 2003. My oldest daughter was born in February of '02 in Mississippi, and shortly after, my wife's parents convinced us to move in with them back in Georgia. We moved back in March or April. We had 2 cats, a male and a female, with us. My in-laws had a split level where the front door opened onto a stairwell up and down. The back went to the bottom floor, which is where we stayed. Me, my 13-year-old brother-in-law, wife, and later my blood brother all had numerous encounters. Back then, the house was at the end of the street with many acres of woods to the rear and one side. Early on after moving in, we had to put the cat's cage on the back porch due to my mother-in-law being allergic. One night, I put them up around dark. I went out and fed them around 10 p.m. as I was going to bed. I went inside and was heading to bed when I heard some very loud animal noises coming from outside. I ran back thinking one of them had gotten stuck. The sounds woke my wife and she came running shortly after. When I got to the cats, Maddox, the female, had been hollowed out. I was a paramedic for many years at a busy 911 service, and I swear I have never seen anything like it. She was open from mid-ribs straight through the groin. Her back legs were broken, and all her organs were gone. The other cat was cowering in the corner of the cage as far away as possible. There was not a drop of blood anywhere. It was horrific and terrifying. I had literally fed them, walked inside, closing the sliding glass door and into the bedroom when this occurred. This was just the beginning of terrible events at this house. When talking to my brother-in-law one day, we got to talking about seeing weird shadow figures. He had grown up in this house, and I had started seeing shadows out of the corners of my eyes very frequently. He started telling me that he had been seeing it for many years, and that it used to stand over his bed at night. Every time, dozens, I saw one, I had a deep sense of impending doom. Many small events throughout 2002 occurred, but in 2003, my little brother graduated high school in Florida and moved up to Georgia to be near me. He was often with me. One night, we were out back smoking with the porch light behind me. Around the concrete slab of the porch was a little gated fence about 3 feet high. We'd been sitting outside for a while and had several Coke cans on the railing. While smoking, we heard growling coming from what felt almost everywhere. My brother's a big guy at almost 6'5", and I heard growling from the woods enough that we weren't initially that worried about it. After a few minutes, I squatted down and saw what I could only describe as a very large, shadowy dog with red eyes charge us from where my shadow touched the tree line. I yelled and fell back on my butt. My brother jumped back. As soon as my shadow no longer touched it, it was gone. We ran inside. Several hours later, deciding we weren't going to let our imaginations get the best of us, we went back out to smoke again. We took a flashlight outside and walked over to the tree line while smoking. While looking toward the rear of the property, we saw a pair of red eyes, not glowing, but probably just a deer or dog or something. We were laughing until we saw that it looked like it stood to be about 7 or 8 feet tall. It was intimidating, but figured it might have just been a raccoon climbing a tree. Until we heard loud growling. After earlier, our courage broke and we hauled ass back toward the house. We could hear something heavy running through the woods to our left. As we reached the gate, it felt like something moved at us from the woods and knocked all the Coke cans off the railing. We got inside and locked the door. My brother-in-law had heard us yelling and came running downstairs. While talking to him, we happened to look at a mirror hanging over the couch, and we could all clearly see what looked like a skull in the reflection of the sliding back door. Again, sorry for the long email. I have so many other events like this I could probably write a book. I would never tell others these stories, as I look at a lot of stuff as just hokey. But your stories, while different, struck a chord. Anyway, if you want any of the other stories, let me know. Thank you for making me feel a little less crazy, and sorry for the long mail. Signed, James. Bizarre vehicle encounter. The only person I've ever shared this story with is my wife. What I experienced was as real as anything else in my life, but I know that most people would not believe me if I tried to explain it to them. I live in Austin, Texas. I noticed that not many of your stories come from the Lone Star State, and I want to help remedy that. At this time, I was living at the southernmost point in Austin and working in a city called Round Rock, which is just north of Austin. It was about a 40-mile commute that I embarked on each day to and from work. The shifts at my job were 4 10-hour shifts instead of the traditional 5 8-hour shifts, and I split 2 early shifts and 2 late shifts with one of my coworkers. The late shift meant that I would arrive at work at 11:30 a.m. and leave at 9:30 p.m. The night of my strange experience, I'd been working a late shift. I finished at 9:30, got in my car, and headed down Interstate 35 like normal. It was dark out and a clear night, and most likely relatively warm. I think it was around the month of September in 2013. This is how it unfolded. I was driving in the left lane on the highway, and I passed a section where there's an on-ramp on the right from a connecting highway. As I was passing this area, I noticed a vehicle come down the on-ramp and join the rest of the traffic on I-35. I can't explain exactly what this vehicle looked like because it was dark out, and I don't think I ever stared directly at it. It was a 4-door sedan-type vehicle with potentially any recent make of the last 30 years. What was especially noticeable about the vehicle was its driver, who I can't exactly describe either. He appeared to be a male, 35 to 50 years old. He was hanging out of the driver's side window, waving his left arm in the air and really hooting and hollering like he was having a great time. The vehicle was also making maneuvers that are physically impossible for any kind of car I've ever seen. The vehicle would make semicircles and sometimes full circles around the other cars on the highway while keeping up with the traffic. It's tough to convey how horrifying it was to see this while driving down the highway at night. I didn't even have time to register how unbelievable all of it was. I just had time to see a wildly reckless vehicle swerving around the highway, and I honestly believed that I was about to die. It didn't seem like there was any way a car could do that without causing a major accident. I didn't even tense up because I was so sure of impending impact. I actually relaxed my body as much as I could. But me and all the other vehicles just continued down the highway. It was torture watching this maniac out of the side of my eye, and he had this presence of really taunting me or anyone else who could see him. At one point, some debris hit the right side of my vehicle. It was probably just some pebbles on the highway, but I remember thinking this crazy driver was throwing something at me. Amazingly, after just a minute or so, the crazy driver took the next exit and left the highway. I watched the vehicle as it went down the off-ramp and joined the street traffic, and it was continuing to jerk around wildly until I lost sight of it. The next few minutes of driving, I took a few deep breaths of relief, and only after several minutes did I start to piece together what had just happened and realize that I just had a paranormal experience right there on the highway. I hope you appreciate my story. Signed, Alex. Invisible Entity Encounter. Hi. I commented under one of your videos my story about my encounter with an invisible entity. Here's the story again. In late 2014, I was living in Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania with my now ex-husband and 2 boys. We lived in a trailer on his uncle's property. His uncle lived directly across from us about 20 feet, and there were also 2 other trailers on his property to the right down at the bottom of a hill on the property with woods next to it. This was November. It was cold, I remember. Being that we lived in the sticks, my ex's uncle would burn the trash, so one dusk I go out to walk the trash to the bottom of the hill. As I'm walking past the trailers situated to the right, I hear a rustling noise seemingly coming from the roof of one of the trailers. I look and see nothing, thinking it's just an animal of some sort. I walk a few more steps, almost now to less than a foot past the second trailer, when I hear the thud of feet hit the ground from atop the trailer. But there's nothing there. I stand there baffled for a moment, and as I said, the sun was setting. So just as whatever this was starts toward the woods, I catch the glimpse of an outline of a humanoid figure, and I watch as the brush parts as this thing walks through and into the woods. My thoughts were, WTF was that? Am I actually awake? Is this a dream? A glitch in the Matrix? Then to, it's aliens. So I threw the garbage and ran back up to my trailer and tell my ex, whom of course didn't believe me. Now a few days prior to this, I had an encounter with a UFO. I'm an avid sky watcher and was out with my flashlight, a long cop-style light. I saw this bright light that was quite low. It was not a star, so I started shining my light on it and clicked the flashlight on and off 3 times. It mimics my flashes. I stood there completely convinced that yes, there are ETs definitely. We did this on and off for about 15 to 20 more minutes, then the light suddenly vanished, as if it just faded into the night sky. Complete camouflage. I did not recall falling asleep that night and woke with my pants torn to shreds. Make of that what you will. I've had strange encounters all my life, starting back to when I was a child. I've seen angels, UFOs, ETs, orbs, and I believe a Bigfoot, too, not far from where my encounter with the invisible entity was. I've also had 3 near-death experiences and heard the voice of God as I was going to the beautiful heavenly colored lights. I truly believe that the world we live in is no doubt stranger than fiction. Thank you for reading my story. Sincerely, Sonny J. Harmful humanoid. This happened to me in 2016. I moved from New Mexico to Washington State. Well, I used to go walking with a family member every morning after taking her children to school near Battleground, Washington, in Battleground Lake State Park. On this particular day, she had errands to run, so I found myself going alone. I parked my car, get out, stretch, and get ready for my 3-mile daily walk. So I started off walking and got about 5 minutes into the park, and everything fell quiet. Eerily quiet at that, and nothing looked familiar. I got this weird feeling I was no longer alone. I could feel someone or something watching me. I panicked and started walking faster. I could hear twigs breaking around me in every direction, so I started walking faster still. Suddenly, I'm in a full-on running sprint. I broke from the tree line and ended up really far away from my car, like 15 minutes away, when I know I'd barely walked a few minutes. I could still hear hurried footsteps behind me though, and all of a sudden I felt hands behind my back and I was shoved hard to the ground. Whatever had done it with such hatred and anger that when I fell, I actually heard my bones break underneath me. I'd shattered my elbow and broke my wrist, and that's not even the worst part. Well, thank God the person driving saw me before I was pushed in front of his car. But he did say he saw what looked like a humanoid shadowy figure literally push me in front of his car. The damn thing literally tried to kill me, I tell you. I never went for a walk into those woods again. Signed, Anonymous. Translucent being in Zion National Park. In October 2016, I was in Zion National Park. I came up to meet my parents, but they drove back to Vegas the next day and I wanted to do a hike. They're both handicapped and can't keep up with me hiking. So I stayed behind and hiked Watchman Trail by myself. Zion is always busy, but this day was relatively calm and there were very few people on Watchman, which is a less popular trail. I enjoy sitting in nature when I hike, so about 3/4 of the way up the trail I found a beautiful spot with a little stream and blue dragonflies. I stopped to relax and watch the dragonflies and was sitting on a big boulder just on the shoulder of the trail. I hadn't seen any people for a while and was in a bit of a meditative trance. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye to my right, I caught a glimpse of something big moving toward me. I turned to look, and for a split second, I saw a huge, translucent humanoid with very long arms walking toward me on the trail. The best way to describe its gait is lumbering. All within a split second, I saw it, I had an intuitive feeling that it knew that I could see it, and it vanished. It didn't run or turn back, it just vanished into thin air. I did not feel it was malicious, just surprised I could see it. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but I've never seen ghosts or anything ethereal before. My gift is clairaudience. I couldn't get it out of my head, and later told my now husband I'd seen something I could only describe as like the Predator movie, but with a Bigfoot outline. I'd never seen anything like this video or David Paulides' work before, and that's the description I came up with. I first heard of someone else seeing something like this in Missing 411, and both my husband and I were shocked. I have no idea what the explanation is, but I know what I saw. Thank you. Signed, Kelly. Friendly stick being encounter. My experience with the stick being wasn't unpleasant because it was so mischievous and made me smile. This was 30 years ago, and I collected bare winter branches from the floor of the woods to display in a white china vase in my home. After a few days, I started to find little things disappearing, then a little time later, finding the missing object in a ridiculously visible place. Example, losing my watch from beside my kitchen sink, then finding it balanced on the rim of the bath, a floor above me, and after I'd had a bath when there was no sign of my watch there. After a time, I saw peripherally a small, black, knobbly stick man about 18 inches high. He had twig limbs about as thick as your little finger, an oval, smooth face, sparkling eyes, thin-lipped big grin, and really funny nub-like hair and frondy bits too, all of it a darkish charcoal color. It peeped at me from various places, and I would hear a rather delightful tinkly laugh and knew it meant me no harm and was just having fun with me. So I began just chatting to him. Knew he was male somehow, as if he was just a pal or friend visiting, and also left out nuts, honey in a tiny pot, and bits of fruit at night, and it was always gone in the morning, even the tiny pot. I knew after a time that he wasn't there by chance, so I thought back to see when he may have arrived. It didn't take long to realize it was the sticks I'd taken. He'd come with them. So I took them from the vase and announced I was sorry I'd taken the twigs without permission and was taking them back where I'd found them, but that I'd enjoy his company and pleased he had liked my food gifts and he was welcome to return any time. I returned the sticks and twigs and said sorry for just taking them and left, but learned a valuable lesson never to take things from nature unless you ask permission first. It's so important because nature spirits can cause you misfortune, even illness, if you disrespect them. Always ask, even when berry picking, and if I feel a negative atmosphere, I go somewhere else. I used to call my visitor Twig Man, and yes, he occasionally returned and I gave him food gifts. He sometimes left me seeds, which I planted. This is true, and it never struck me as odd or thinking I was delusional. I'm very stoic and level-headed, but I'm not blinkered. Please respect nature, and it will respect you, and often give you things money can't buy. Good things for your well-being. Thank you. Signed, Anonymous. Anubis or Dogman? Hearing these stories makes me think of the Anubis-type creature I saw once. I think it may have been a guardian spirit, but who knows? I was a child at the time, and me and Papa were out tilling the garden, and in doing so, dug up some native artifacts. He was part native, so he put them all back. But me, being a kid, I kinda stole a couple. Then I was visited every night for a good 4, 5, 6 nights by this Anubis-type entity who never showed his face, but I could see the outline of his shadow. A canine head with a man's body and very tall. First night, he told me to put the things back to honor my ancestors by being honest. I thought I was dreaming. Next night, same thing, but he would move closer to my bed every night. By the 5th night, he was right next to my bed and told me not to be afraid, but that I really needed to put the things back so they could rest. It was very uncomfortable for me to be that close to whatever this was, so the next day I put it all back and the entity never came back again. But I always felt watched after that, and I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eyes all the time. I was never scared, per se, just more curious because this thing looked weird but seemed kind. Linda Godfrey put my story in one of her books. She was totally fascinated. I am too. I'd love to know what that was exactly. I also think possibly this or these entities lived in the back corner of our property, or even possibly a Bigfoot. That corner was not to be messed with at all, according to my papa. He said to never go there, and every time I got close to it, I got sick, like I was going to throw up. It was by this shelf formation in the ground. Could have been anything, but possibly a sort of mound of some kind that had been messed with to clear the land. I don't know. Kids are normally scared of things like that, but I only got scared after it left. Never understood that part either. I've been more fascinated than scared with the things I've seen or encountered. There was something in my grandparents' house that caused me to run through the hall because it felt like if I didn't, it would take me. I have no idea what that was all about. That entire house and land had some weird vibes surrounding and in it. And when I moved my kids in after my grandparents died, they also felt and experienced weird things there. Love, Nikki. Well, friends, let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT at gmail.com. We're very interested in stories that detail encounters with ghosts, humanoids, cryptids, or any type of other unknown entity that is beyond explanation. Thanks again for listening, and please be sure to give us a like on the video and to share and subscribe for more strange stories. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories, a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine-tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners, from eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human experience and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. A pair of shadow people. So, I'll tell you about my experience and first encounter with a shadow person. I was 6 at the time, and this house that we lived in was attached, but always had the feel of something watching you. But when you turned around, nothing or nobody was there. To make it worse, I always feel or see myself being taken up onto the wall, top of the stairs before my bedroom door, and just dragged along it into some place. What I thought was just a dream was turning into a waking dream, and I didn't want to stay in the house on my own. And somehow, it always picked me. Like, why me? So anyway, one night my dad was at work, my mom was sitting watching my brothers sketch out their favorite sport or animals, and I was getting ready to go to bed. After sorting myself out in the bathroom, I peeked my head in the sitting room door and said goodnight to all, and they called back goodnight. As I walked up the stairs to bed, I got a few steps and felt something breathe against the back of my neck. I quickly turned around, thinking it was one of my brothers playing a prank on me. But no, nobody. I shrugged it off and continued up the stairs to bed. When I got up to the top of the stairs, I felt really sleepy, like I was going to pass out on the stair itself, but somehow I found the strength to keep going. The moment I got to the last step where my bedroom door is, I looked up and it was pitch black in there, more so than usual. I thought maybe my mother just got different curtains. But it was cold, and I shouted down to my mother, "Mom, are the windows closed up here?" My mother opened the sitting room door and said, "Yes, they are." I told her, "Okay, but it feels cold up here." She said, "It's okay, now go to bed, dear. I'll be up to check on you in a few minutes." So when I turned back to my bedroom door, there was a figure, black and defined, but clear as day to me. My brain couldn't imagine how someone got up the stairs past me, as our stairs were small to walk up, let alone get two people up side by side. I called out, "Hello, who are you? And can you leave, 'cause it's bedtime?" It felt like a few minutes passed, and I stepped forward to reach out for the bedroom light. But every time I got closer by the bedroom door frame to flick the bedroom light switch that was inside the room, this shadow person got closer. Finally, to the point that I could make out that he was about 6 feet tall, with a hat like cowboys wear, and a long coat like Neo in the film The Matrix wears. I thought it was odd, and I just remembered what my nanny told me. If you ever feel cold, or feel you have someone watching you but can't find them, or see a person that isn't there, just show them you're not afraid, but use your manners. So with that, I said, "Excuse me, sir, but this is not your room. Could you please leave so I can go to the bed, please?" And with that, it left. That night, I didn't sleep because I woke up not being able to move, only my eyes and breathing, but could not move my mouth. I tried to look around the room, but I couldn't move my head. I started to freak out, but then in the corner of my eye on the right side of me, where the walk-in storage area is, the wooden door slowly opened on its own. Then a hand appeared, quickly to grab the door from making a noise to alert the others in the house. It looked like shutters that move on the door, but it was just for air to pass from the bedroom into the walk-in storage room and back into the bedroom. Standing there was this shadow person, but this time it was a woman with long black hair, and she looked really frail looking. She quickly fell to the floor without making a sound and walked over to me, like Samara from the film The Ring. When she got to the end of the bed, she moved slowly around it, seeing that it was maybe too much for her. But no, she got up onto the bed and looked like she carefully placed each foot and hand onto the outside of my bed, slowly edging closer to me. Then she was sitting on top of my chest. Each moment my chest started to hurt and I couldn't take a long breath, only shorter ones. I felt dread and an overwhelming feeling of death. She placed her head just below my chin and whispered, "It's not your time, my child, but soon." She got off my chest and I could finally breathe again, which felt like it'd been hours from the pain I was in. And then I saw her walk in a weird way back to the walk-in storage area in my bedroom near the door. It slowly closed, and after a few minutes passed, the feeling of dread and the overwhelming feeling of death left the room. Finally breathing again, it got brighter in the room, like the evil left the room. As I looked around the room, I couldn't believe what just happened to me. Was it a dream? No. Was it real? Yes. Why did she say to me, "It's not your time, my child, but soon"? I wasn't her child, was I? No, surely not. My parents loved me. After overthinking, I ended up passing out. To my surprise, the next morning I woke up early to look over at the walk-in storage room to see the doors were still closed. But nobody was awake. I didn't move but pretended to be asleep. Then I heard noise from downstairs. Was it them? Back again to finally take me this time? No, it was my parents whispering downstairs. A sigh of relief washed over me, and I could finally take long, deep breaths while thinking to myself, I'm safe. I got up and got dressed, got my breakfast, and went off to school that morning, asking my friends about weird dreams they had. None of them had the same dream as me, and I just told them I felt like someone was going to take me, but didn't, and left. I was interrupted by our teacher, and we forgot what we were talking about and continued our school day. Later that night, and every other night, I go to bed when everyone else goes to bed, and it never happened again until late 2008, when I was back in my parents' house after my nanny's funeral. I had to change into my casual clothes, and nobody was in the house. And then it happened. I fell back on the sofa, couldn't move, and out of the corner of my eye, there she was, crouched down like an animal, ready to jump attack its prey. And I was helpless. I tried to move with all my might, telling my brain, body, and spirit, if I don't move, I'm dead. I slowly twitched from side to side, overcoming this paralyzing feeling of not being able to move. I quickly stood to my feet, turned to my left, and faced her, this being that was back to claim her prize. She backed away slowly, but I wasn't dropping my guard for nothing. I reached for my hurley and raised it mid-guard towards her, waiting for the strike she was about to pounce on me with. Then she opened her mouth and crackling sounds came out, and she closed her mouth again. After a while, she opened her mouth again, but she spoke to me. I told you, my child, I would be back for you. But I see you are a warrior and will not come easy for me. She started to whimper. She lowered her head and said, never will have you. Surprisingly, she dropped to the floor and vanished into the floor itself. I quickly jumped up onto the sofa with the hurley still in my hand, waiting to strike at her attack. But nothing happened. Was she gone? For good this time, I thought to myself. Then I said it out loud. Be gone from my life. You are not welcome in it. I don't give my consent or permission for you to be a part of my life. Be gone from my life. And with that, I felt a sense of peace and happiness fill me up and all around me. I quickly got down from the sofa, grabbed my stuff from the table, still holding the hurley in my hand, and left the sitting room, went out in the hall, checking the corners as I go to leave the house behind me. I opened the front door, turned around almost jumping out the door and onto the front step, facing into the house, and I slammed my front door with key in door and locked it. I turned around and ran down the steps and outside. That is my story of meeting shadow people. Signed, Michael from Ireland. Mysterious black blob creature. This is about a story that I was told a long while back that, although I like to think of myself as open-minded, I struggle to believe. I've changed names to protect identities. Back to around 1979 to 1980 in an area called Warden in the city of Worcester, UK. In our later teens, my sister and I were living at the home in which we grew up. I'd left home once and was back again. My return met with mine and my older sister's annoyance at having to again share a bedroom. My sister was dating Tom, later to be her husband. Late one night, I'd gone to bed, but disturbed by the bedroom light being switched on and my sister coming in. I lay squinting at the bright light and mumbled to her to turn it off and be quiet. Claire came over and crouched next to my bed and began telling me that something had happened that was so weird while she was out with Tom. She did seem agitated and, well, I was awake now, so let's hear it. This is what Claire told me. She and Tom were parked up way down a country lane that was local to where we lived. They had parked where the lane ran along a hedgerow with a canal along the other side. The canal in those days was little used except for fishing, so other than the nearby motorway bridge, it was really isolated. The motorway bridge cast a little light on the area, the only light. Claire said as they sat in the car, it suddenly jolted, as though something underneath had shoved it upwards. Tom looked out of his driver's side window down to the road and told Claire to lean over and look. They both saw a blacker than black, large, dark shape moving out into the road from under the car. At first, it was just like a dark blob. Then as it came out, it was on all fours, and Claire said it looked like it had a long tail and moved in a slinking, slow, snaking movement, making its way to a little ahead of the car and into the center of the road. Claire said it appeared heavy and muscular, although they couldn't see it clearly. It just gave that impression. In fact, after the event, Claire and Tom had agreed that it was far too big to have been able to fit under the car in the first place. Claire went on to say that to them it appeared like a large dog or a panther. Then, this creature stopped in the middle of the road and faced them, all in one fluid motion, stood upright on two legs, and as it was now near the motorway orange lights, they could see it was a man. This man was wearing what Claire described as a trilby hat, a long trench-style coat, and he had shoulder-length hair. Tom turned the car engine and lights on to see this man walk calmly toward the car with his hands, palms facing their direction, reaching out with a smile on his face. As Claire told me this, she said they felt as though this smile and gesture seemed like he was trying to put them at ease as he approached the car. Needless to say, Tom revved up and shot off. They didn't believe they hit him, but he got very, very close as they drove away. Fairly close by is the M5 motorway roundabout. There is almost always a police car or two sitting up there watching the traffic below. Tom drove to this roundabout hoping there would be a police car there. They didn't really know what they would tell the police, but felt it might get them to check it out if they let on they were concerned the car may have clipped a person. No police car in sight that night. In fact, the area was silent. The ways home were many from there, but all involved traveling the long dark lanes, which is all housing estates now. So I hear all this, and thinking that I meant to believe this large cat thing crawled out from under the car, stood up, and was a man, fully dressed at that, no way I would believe her. In 2004, I lived in Worcester still and worked for MenCap. I'd found a guy who was running a course on ghosts, dowsing, all sorts, but best of all, it was a chilled affair in a pub. I mentioned it to work colleagues who loved this sort of thing, and a few of us would go each week. This guy showed us some pretty weird things that would make any skeptic believe. Back at work one afternoon, and I'm chatting in the kitchen with Brenda, one of the colleagues that attended these evenings at the pub. We're chatting about how convincing the things demonstrated those nights were, making any stories this guy told us fairly easy to believe. This led to us comparing silly stories we've heard that are far too way out there. Needless to say, I brought up the story Claire told me all those years ago. After all, that was not one I would forget. As I'm telling Claire's story, another staff member came into the room to gather her bits and bobs to go home, having finished her shift. Julie, I will call her for this, stopped dead in her tracks and wide-eyed said, "How did you know about that?" Now, I have to point out that Julie had never come to any of those meetings with us, and I had not finished the story. I got to the part where this thing sidled into the road and began to stand, believing that Julie had heard enough to perhaps make her think it was about the black puma, the beast of Bodmin Moor, or whatever is meant to be wandering the British countryside being reported in the news. I told her it wasn't about that. Julie said, No, you mean the man in a hat. It was a man in a hat." Okay, so at this point, my jaw dropped. I was so shocked I admit my eyes began to water up. No way could she have heard this story. She wasn't even born when this was supposed to have happened. Plus, it's not the sort of story you hear very often. Julie told us that 6 months earlier, her boyfriend and friends had parked up, in daylight, in a country lane in Hereford. They were smoking more than tobacco, but not stoned. The car they were in jolted really hard from beneath, and the driver saw a massive black animal, cat/dog, crawl out from beneath it. It was very black, so much so it was hard to make out detail very well, as there was no highlights in its coat. It wandered into the road a little way ahead of them and, all in one fluid motion, stood upright on two legs, and was a man in a hat. They thought it looked like a small cowboy hat, and a long trench coat. His hair was shoulder length, and he raised his hands and walked toward their car. They sped off. This group of people made a pact not to tell anyone about what they saw, as they would not be believed in any way. The herb would be blamed for it. One of the group, however, needed to confide and naturally told his girlfriend, Julie. Julie swore never to tell about it, and she says she did believe him as he was so shocked by it. I finished my shift and went home, where I decided to call my sister, as it seemed I owed an apology. Claire told me she knew I never believed a word of it. We talked about the amount of time passed since she saw it, and how, going by the description I just heard from Julie, this guy hadn't aged a bit. While talking with Claire on the phone, my daughter came downstairs from putting her stuff away, having just got back from her friend's house, being dropped off by her friend's mother. My daughter had a week previously been to the Malvern Hills Outdoor Center with her school. It's a kind of camp for team building and fitness. As my daughter came down the stairs, I mumbled to my sister on the phone that we have to change the conversation, as younger ears were about. My daughter heard me. She said, "Oh, don't worry about me. I'm not scared. I know you're talking about that stupid story of the animal that turns into a man." Claire heard this over the phone, and I was in shock. I asked her what she meant. She told me that at the camp, they were taken out on night walks in the woods and hills, and because it was dark, the instructor would try to creep them out by telling them that there was a big black bear or dog in the hills that would turn into a man. So that was enough for me. I keep a much more open mind now. Any feedback or similar cases would be great. Signed, subscriber, Little Me, aka Karen. A guardian, perhaps? Steve, I recently stumbled across your channels and thoroughly enjoyed listening to your narration. I follow David Paulides, Steve Isdahl, Scott Carpenter, and Lynn Smith's channels, and always look forward to their latest videos and podcasts in all things Sasquatch. Coming across your channel, however, helps to fill the gap of things that seem to not be Sasquatch related, and for that I thank you. The incident I'm sharing with you occurred around 31 years ago, in the spring of 1989, to the best of my recollection, which would have made me 14 at the time. My younger brother, sister, and I were living with our then single mother in rural West Texas, and it was not at all uncommon to have severe thunderstorms move through that area. We had several close calls with tornadoes over the years, and we had become quite accustomed to such events. One late night between midnight and 1 a.m., however, we had a severe thunderstorm moving through the area that was just different, and I don't really know how to describe why. We were awakened by very loud thunder, near constant lightning strikes, and strong winds, and found that the power had been knocked out. While severe storms were a regular event, power outages were not, and it seemed to have my mother a little unnerved. The house we lived in was an A-frame, with a short kitchen/dining wing off the south side, and a longer bed and bath wing off the north side, with a loft-style bedroom upstairs, which is where my mother slept. The stairway came down into the north hall that led to the bedrooms that we kids occupied. I remember her coming downstairs to check on us. We were all awake by now, wandering around in the dark, and she seemed uneasy. At one point, she made a phone call to a close family friend that lived in an adjoining county, and that's when she found out that we were directly in the path of a cell that had reports of several tornadoes. The phone call was brief, and it did little to nothing to calm her nerves, so we all huddled together, said a prayer, and she told us all to go back to bed. We knew we wouldn't be going back to sleep anytime soon, so I, being the man of the house, decided to stay up for a while until the worst of the storm had passed. My brother and sister headed back to their beds, and I was talking to my mother as she headed back upstairs to her bed. When she reached the top of the stairs, I remember seeing her turn directly to her left, which is where the bed was located, and she said, "Good night, son." Even with the power out, there was so much lightning striking around us that we had fairly good visibility without the use of candles or flashlights, so I was able to see her clear the stairway and head straight to her bed via the light coming from a large window to the right of the stairway. Just as I was getting ready to turn toward my own bedroom, I saw at the top of the stairs and to the right, between the window and my mother's bed, a dark, shadowy personage that was as clear as day in the lightning flashes. The lightning was such a bright white, and that figure was jet black. It was unmistakable. I could see absolutely no features on this person, only a silhouette, and it was as tall as a normal adult and built like a woman wearing a farm-style dress. I froze and didn't know what to do as I saw it moving toward my mother, covering, as far as I could tell, 3 or 4 feet before the next series of lightning flashes, in which I found it was gone. Not a word from my mother, no indication that she even knew it was there with her. I stood frozen for what was probably another 2 or 3 minutes, listening for my mother to say something, but she never did. I never felt fear, simply confusion as to what I was looking at, why it was there, and why it was heading to my mother's bed. The storm passed without further incident, and power was restored by the time we awoke the next morning. It was a weekend, so we were all at home together, and I asked my mother if she saw that shadow figure in her room just as she was laying down in bed. She had no idea what I was even talking about, so I briefly described to her what I'd seen. Her response was a simple shrug, and she said, "Maybe it was my guardian angel?" Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I have no idea. I've never experienced anything else like that since, but my younger brother had a similar yet terrifying event several years before that. He still to this day swears happened just as he described it to us when he was only 4 or 5 years old. Perhaps I can get him to write that one down and share it with you at a future date. Anyway, that's my strange encounter, and you're the first person outside of my family that I've shared this with. Feel free to use my name as listed below. Thanks. Signed, Jason K. German Paranormal Encounter. Hi Steve, I love your work, and I'm filled with delight every time YouTube notifies me that you've uploaded a new video. I have numerous stories regarding the paranormal from my 26 years on this earth, but I'd like to tell you one that kick-started my whole belief in the paranormal world. I'm from the county of Staffordshire, England, and in 2008, while at secondary school, we went on a language trip to Germany. This was a week-long trip that consisted of a coach journey down to Dover, then taking the ferry to Calais, France, and making our way across to Germany. We left late at night and arrived early the next morning after traveling through the night, but as excited 14-year-olds, we were all looking forward to the trip ahead. We stayed in a quiet German village in the Rhineland and were put into a room with 4 of us, including myself. The hotel was what you would expect for a school trip, but it had beds and a roof over our heads, so we were happy. Strange things began on the first night when the phone of one of the guys in our room would keep spontaneously playing the song "Every Breath You Take" by the Police. This continued throughout our stay. When we first entered the room, I noticed that there was a painting as soon as we walked in of a clown. This was an eerie painting and an odd choice for the room. As I'd watched the original It movie on the coach down to Germany, I was pretty freaked out by this, but put it down to coincidence. My bed was facing the picture, and throughout the week I would see orbs moving past the photograph, but again I chalked it down to coincidence as I didn't believe in the paranormal at that time. It came down to the last day, and we were packed and ready to leave the hotel. Me and 2 others were messing around, taking pictures of the room on our phones, when I turned around and hovered my camera over the painting. The painting began to start swaying from side to side, slowly. I stayed in amazement for a few seconds and told the other 2 what was happening. They accused me of having moved the picture, but stood and watched as it began to gain momentum. One of the guys moved his finger toward the painting to stop it, and it slammed off the wall. We ran out of the room screaming and were, unsurprisingly, not believed when we told our story to the others. The funny thing is, the village, as I said before, was situated in the Rhineland, which saw a lot of activity in the 1930s and onward during the rise of Hitler. There had been a synagogue in the village that had been burned down during this time. Looking back, knowing what I know now, there was a tremendous amount of suffering that had taken place in that village, and whatever was still there had taken an interest in me and my friends. I've tried to look up the history of this hotel over the years, but had no luck. I found out a year later, when the year group below me went on the same trip, that the part of the hotel that we had stayed in had burned down due to a fire. But I have no more information on that, unfortunately. I want to thank you for reading this story, and I hope it wasn't too long. I just hope that whatever was in that room with us is now at peace. Thank you. Signed, Alex. Strange encounter in Indiana. Hello. I follow your channel on YouTube and thought I would share something very strange that happened to me when I was in high school. I grew up in rural Indiana, and the roads I drove back and forth to high school were all back country roads. There's a crossroads on the way where a church and a graveyard sit. The church has always looked old and ran down, and honestly, I've never seen more than one car there, and that was rare. I almost never went by it on Sundays, so I suppose that's not strange. This crossroads fits the stereotypical sell your soul at the crossroads vibe. It's in the middle of nowhere, next to a church and a graveyard. I was heavily involved in music and band, so it was not rare for me to be coming home from a practice at dusk. One night, I was driving home and the sun was setting. When I got close to the church, I could see 4 cars parked in the driveway and the grass next to it. I glanced over because I rarely see cars there. I could see that every car was full, meaning every seat had someone in it. All the people were looking directly forward, away from the road, and no one seemed to be moving. The sun was at the right angle, so I could easily see their silhouettes. I slowed down to turn because my turn was practically across the street from the church. No one ever moved or appeared to be talking. It was very bizarre. Had one person turned around talking, or had I seen any movement, I would have blown it off and not thought twice, assuming that it's to be a church function. I went real slow up the road, watching the cars in my rearview mirror, and there was no detectable movement in the cars. It was almost as if someone had put mannequins in the cars, but I drove close enough to see that that wasn't the case. Or if it was, they were highly detailed. I drove on and stopped at my buddy's house, which was a couple of miles from the spot. I told him the story about what I saw, but he didn't seem that interested or thought I was BSing him. I stayed there for about an hour, and it was dark now. As I was leaving, he asked if I wanted to drive back and see if they were still there. I, of course, said yes. He got in my car and we headed back to the church. When we rolled up, the cars were still there, but no one was in them. It did appear there were people in the church, but all the church lights were off, but a few candles could be seen. We decided they were doing some church thing, and I headed back to drop my buddy off and head home. The next day I drove to school, and when I came to the crossroads, there was a huge burnt spot in the middle of the crossroads, and one of the fields had caught fire. The fire must have been put out in the night or early morning, but you could clearly see where it burned. I was probably 17 then, and I still think about that at 40. Had it not been because of the people in the cars, some of which appeared to be adults, I would have blown off the whole thing as kids messing around. It appeared to be cult-like activity, and still to this day, I wish I would have stayed and spied on them. I included a couple Google Earth pics of the crossroads and the church. Feel free to use my story, just notify me if you do so I can check it out. Love, Nikki. Well, friends, let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT at gmail.com. We're very interested in stories that detail encounters with ghosts, humanoids, cryptids, or any type of other unknown entity that is beyond explanation. Thanks again for listening, and please be sure to give us a like on the video and to share and subscribe for more strange stories. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories. a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine-tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners. From eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human experience and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. Australian Story. Dear Steve, as promised, here's one of my experiences to share with the group. It's not the most complete story, but it is the one that I am still most baffled about. The interesting thing regarding this experience is that I made up a cover story for the experience and convinced myself this was the correct version of events for years. Only a quantum therapy hypnotist and now you good folk are to hear what actually happened to the best of my recollection. When I was 28 in 2012, I was an avid hiker, bow hunter, traveler, and camper. My job was intense, but due to overtime worked, I was usually able to have 4 to 5 days off in a row every few weeks. When this happened, I would always throw a pre-prepared camping kit in my van and head off to the bush. I usually searched for the more remote, less visited places, and if I felt like hunting, I searched out state forest land where bow hunting non-native wildlife was legal. I was only ever after rabbits as they're considered a pest here, and I used almost every part of the animal. I no longer hunt animals, but I don't regret having the knowledge or skill in my metaphorical toolkit. This trip, I tacked on 2 weeks overtime onto 4 weeks annual leave, so with 6 weeks up my sleeve, I planned a longer road trip north up the east coast of Australia. I met 2 wonderful Belgian guys on my travels, and we ended up traveling together for most of my holidays, but I'd broken away from them at Mount Kosciuszko to have a night or 2 by myself to go hunt. I no longer recall the name of the state park I'd found. All I remember is that it was a few hours' drive, most likely northwest of Mount Kosciuszko. The remoteness of the park, plus the fact that it was midweek, practically guaranteed that no one would be using the campsite. It was a lot longer trip than the map led me to believe, though, as the last 30 kilometers into the forest to the campsite was on heavily rutted dirt track. Nowadays, I wouldn't attempt such a road in the tiny Toyota Town Ace van that I had at the time, but I was slightly younger, slightly overconfident in my old van's abilities, and keen to be in the middle of nowhere by myself. That 30 kilometers of track took me over an hour to negotiate, my rear tires slewing left and right the whole drive. When I finally arrived at the campsite, it was worth the stress of the drive. Settled in the bowl of a valley with a charming meadow, with facilities I didn't expect, iron fire cooker trays that swing out onto your campfire, decent long drop toilets, and well-kept grass sites to camp on. I was gratified that I had the place to myself too, as I had expected. The first thing I did was park up at a fire pit and string up my longbow because, there were rabbits everywhere, not 100 meters away from me. They were leery of humans though, and I could not get close enough for a confident shot. So eventually I packed my gear in my van and settled in to sip whiskey by the fire and watch the sunset slip below the valley walls. Now, here's the thing. When I was settling in, after the excitement of the rabbits had dissipated, I had a gut feeling that I didn't really want to be there. I've had these feelings before when I pull up to one camp spot or another, and I usually pack up, no questions asked, and move on. Call me paranoid, but I've learned to trust my gut feelings. In this instance, though, I really couldn't face the prospect of that long, hazardous drive back out that late in the day, so I dampened the feelings with another whiskey and retired to my van about 9 p.m. Here's where there is a diverging of my memory. I've told this version of the story more than a few times, and there's a part of me that can still see it and feel it happening. If it's not too confusing for the narrative, I'll share this recall of the events first, then come back to what I believe actually occurred. Gunshots woke me around 1 a.m. I sat up and heard another shot ring out, but it sounded like the shots were fired over the other side of my little valley, and as this was a hunting area, it didn't stress me too much. I went back to sleep. I was woken again around 2 a.m., this time to shots that sounded like they were taken from inside my valley. The report of the rifle was sharper, closer. This made me a little nervous, as I hoped they knew not to shoot down the valley into the camping ground. But again, I fell back into a fitful sleep. I was woken a final time because it was bright in my van all of a sudden, and heard the crunching sound of tires rolling over gravel. A heavy-sounding vehicle drove into the campsite and parked almost nose to nose with my van, high beams on. My van has a raised platform inside on which I've made a bed, and curtains hanging at every window, which were drawn, so no one outside could see in and I couldn't see out. I remember being terrified and grabbing my hunting knife, curling into a ball in the center of the bed, and sitting there, straining to hear. All I could think was, what did these people think they were doing, coming right up to my van with their high beams on? Were they just locals trying to scare me? Or something worse? I honestly thought this was where I became another camper fallen victim to a serial killer in the bush. I remember being so scared my brain just turned to white noise. No rational thoughts entered, just a rushing of adrenaline and fear. After I don't know how long, the car revved its engine and the headlights started to swing away, and I heard the car leave the campsite via the only road in or out. I sat awake until daybreak, still charged with fear they would come back, and as soon as it was light enough, I crept outside to make sure they weren't there, hiding, and packed up and drove out. So that's what I, for a while, believed occurred that night, or taught myself to believe that's what occurred, because it made sense. It was scary as hell, but it had a certain kind of reason to it. Although, even when I was telling this story over the years, something in me was telling me I was telling a lie. It made for a great, scary campfire story, though, so I stuck with it, even when I had niggles that I wasn't telling the truth. Here is what I now believe to be what actually occurred that night in the valley. It's not as cohesive or as eventful as my self-created story, but is what I think is the truth. I did hear gunshots that night. They woke me up several times, and I remember thinking that I hoped they knew not to shoot down into the campground. The shots fired did make their way from outside my valley to the inside, as I definitely remember hearing the difference in report from the rifles. There 100% was a white, all-encompassing light in the early hours of the morning. I distinctly recall what this light looked like, filtered through the blue, pink, and green material of my curtains. It lit up the interior of my van like daylight. I definitely grabbed for my knife at one stage, as I found it on my bed the next morning. Apart from that, I cannot remember anything, apart from a terrible, visceral fear. The next event I clearly remember is poking my head out of my van when it was light enough to see outside. I stumbled around the outside of the van, feeling drained, lost, and hungover, although I really had not had that much to drink the night prior. I made coffee to wake myself up and left as soon as possible. I was very spacey, driving that horrific road back out to the highway, but felt a huge relief when I was back in civilization. It confused me, having these two versions of events parallel in my mind, and I always felt compelled to tell the car and the high beam story, even embellished it over time. The real story is less dramatic, but for me, just as terrifying. A few years later, 2018, when I turned 33, I started researching all I could about UFOs, ETs, etc., etc. It was a huge passion all of a sudden to find out as much as I could about these topics. I started to come to a sort of understanding about our world that is very different than what we've been taught to believe. I went and had a quantum therapy hypnosis session, which was very interesting and enlightening, and I'd asked the hypnotist to please ask my subconscious the question about what really occurred that night in the valley. Apparently, my subconscious either doesn't remember either or didn't want to say, because the answer was, "You're not ready." So there you have it, one of the weirdest events of my life, and I still don't have answers to share with you. The obvious conclusion one could come to was this was a visitation of some kind with another race. As I honestly don't know, I'm not going to jump to conclusions and figure I'll find out when I'm ready or meant to. Thanks for listening to my story. I appreciate having found you, Steve, and this group of like-minded souls. Blessings always, Jackie. The Man in the Fog. Hello, I would like to share a story from when I was a kid. When I was around 12, me and my cousins used to like to go to a local school just down the street. Had a large area where you could play soccer, basketball, and had a small playground. One night, we went out after dark to the park. 2 girls, 2 boys. We played around a while, then decided we had enough and headed home. I do not recall there being much fog when at the park, but I turned for some reason and looked at the other end of the park. There was fog over there by a soccer net. Not sure what made me look over there. There was a street light, and suddenly a figure of a man appeared through the fog. He looked big, wearing a long coat. I could not see any of his features. It was just blackness. I told my cousins, and they saw the man. We started to run back home. The boys were faster than us girls. I ran, but didn't feel I was going fast enough. My other cousin, she fell behind, and she screamed at me to slow down, not to leave her behind. She grabbed at me, and I felt terror. We never looked back, but we made it back to the house, out of breath. I'm not even sure if it was a real man or not. That always stayed in my memory. What happened there? Signed, Barbara. Maybe it wasn't a ghost? My name is Margaret, but people call me Marty. I want to share something I've recently learned. This is literally the first time I've tried putting this into words, so please make allowances. I've recently found your channel, and I've been catching up with your content. I've listened to the story you told about the first time you saw a ghost. It was the full-bodied apparition of a child. I'd like to suggest that maybe it wasn't a ghost. Here's the reason why. When I was a little girl growing up in the 1960s, I lived in a nice, quiet neighborhood. Down the street, there was an old couple who had a Coke machine on their front porch. People in the neighborhood or driving by would stop and buy a soda. That was how they made extra money. One day, I was on my way to buy a Coke and saw an old man standing in a field. He reminded me of my grandfather, but probably only because he was wearing overalls. I was more interested in the field. It was large and well mowed. No trees or bushes, the perfect place to play baseball or kickball. I wondered why we had never used it before, a situation I planned to remedy ASAP. As I was walking past, the old man saw me. He smiled and said good afternoon. I smiled back and said hello. He began to say, "It's nice weather where..." At that moment, a bird flew past close to my head, startling me. "Having, isn't it?" I heard his voice drift away, but he was already gone. I looked at the empty field. There was nothing he could have hidden behind, no place he could have gone. Besides, I had still heard his voice, but he was gone. I stood there puzzled for a moment longer, but there was no way to make sense of it, so I continued down the street and bought my Coke. It had to be a ghost. There was nothing else it could have been. I never wanted to believe in ghosts, but my grandmother took ghosts as a part of life, and sometimes there is no other explanation. Then, on the way back home, the field was gone. This threw me for a loop. Ghosts were one thing. A ghost could disappear, but land? Land was supposed to stay where it was. Down the street, each little house sat on its small plot of land. I recognized them all. There was no field. That was why we'd never played there. It did not exist. There were houses, then the laundromat on the corner, the side street that ended on our street. Across the street from the laundry was LaTanya and Gwen's house. We played with them most days. That was where the field had been. The laundry hadn't been there, neither had the side street or LaTanya's house. There had been a field. But how? How was that possible? That missing field bothered me more than any ghost. Where had that field come from? And even more importantly, where had those houses gone? I couldn't make sense of it. I would tell this story to a few people, but never to anyone who knew the neighborhood. Never to anyone who could say, "There's no field over there." I would tell them about the vanishing man, but not about the vanishing field. I had a few other experiences with land changing that I won't talk about now, but I had one recently that involved a person, and it reminded me of yours. I was in the parking lot at the grocery store. I was driving slowly because I was near the doors and people were going in and out. I wanted to get into the lane leading out, but I had to wait for a break in foot traffic. While I waited, I noticed a boy walking fast up the aisle between the cars toward the doors. Just my luck, he was going to be right in front of me about the same time the exiting traffic would clear. I sighed and leaned back to wait. I watched him come up beside me through the car windows. He was maybe 17. He was thin and wearing a white t-shirt with lime green shorts that sported a print of white palm trees. He had on white tube socks and sneakers. He was almost in front of the car. If no one else came out, I could leave in a second. He stepped past my side window and vanished. It was as if he stepped through a slit in the outdoors. There 1 second, gone the next. Just like the little boy you saw. I think there are dimensions that are very close to ours. So close that sometimes they bleed through. I wouldn't call myself a religious person, but I do read the Bible more than most, and I study it closely. The Bible says that all time is now. I suppose that to mean that now is the only time that counts, the only point that any action can be taken. But what if that is not all it means? What if it literally means all time is now? All things existing at the moment, the only difference being how we experience it. What if the 17th century, which we experience as the past, is actually still happening right now? What if dimensions are laid out like silk fabric on a stretcher with only millimeters between? And what if every now and then they touch? And when they do, the two blend a bit. Like seeing the design of one fabric through the other. The fabric of time. When they come apart, everything goes back to its place. Most of the time, but not always. Sometimes a person or thing might be left on the wrong side. I wonder if somewhere there is an old man in farmer's overalls who once saw a little girl disappear right in front of him while he was talking to her. You had a guest who talked to you about his haunted house. He spoke of hearing this lady sing hymns and seeing her standing at the top of the stairs looking down at him. What if they share the same house, but not the same fabric of time? She's living there in the 1800s, and he in the 2000s. Imagine the strange specter she saw at the bottom of the stairs. How could she even explain a ghost from a future time? I think that little boy you saw might not have been a ghost, but an inadvertent traveler on the fabric of time. Sincerely, Marty. A skinwalker? This is not about a translucent humanoid, but something I did see. A few years ago, I was taking a new way for me to the Grand Canyon, Highway 64 from Williams, Arizona. So since I didn't know that route, I drove cautious and slower than normal, pick up my husband who was going to be coming up from a week-long hike in the Grand Canyon in the morning. On a desolate part of the road, there were some trees on the right side of the road and a big field to the left of me. The road was higher than the field or where the trees were. I saw a man starting to cross the road from right to left up the road, so I slowed down even more. He wasn't running, but walking fast and looked like he was going to fall over frontward. I really slowed down, and he looked at me, then kept looking forward, still falling forward, and he morphed into a deer and jumped the fence to the field. The grass was high, about to the now deer's belly. I stopped my car. I couldn't believe what I just saw. I know what I saw. I've never experienced seeing something like this before and didn't know what I just saw. When I got to my friend's home, a ranger at the park, I told her about it. Her husband said, "Oh no, you saw a skinwalker." I'd never heard of such things. I asked my Navajo friends when I got back to the Verde Valley where we live, and she said, "This is exactly what you saw." They are well known in the Navajo culture, and she told me a lot about them. Well, this is my strange but very true story you might be interested in. Thanks, Michelle. Australian Bush Encounter. Hi guys. First off, I just want to say how much I enjoy your YouTube videos of the strange and unusual, even though they make my blood run cold at times. My bizarre encounter took place around 2000 or 2001 in a remote bush area of the Brisbane Ranges, just northwest of the city of Geelong in southeast Australia. It was a fine afternoon, so my partner at the time, I'll call him Jim, and I decided to go and find a nice spot for some river fishing. We had our large Mastiff dog with us, as we always did when we went fishing. We drove around looking for an area we hadn't fished before and found an isolated spot near a small bridge on a back road. There was an overgrown track running beside the river, what I assume was a fire track where rural fire trucks could refill their tanks during a bushfire. So we drove down this track a short distance, got our rods and gear out, and started fishing. After a while, I became bored with getting no bites, so I told Jim I was taking the dog and going for a walk further down the track to find a better spot to fish. The area was quite heavily wooded, and in a short time I could no longer see Jim. After a few minutes, I came to a clearing by the riverbank. As I stood looking around to see if there was any point throwing a line in, I noticed my dog had stopped sniffing around and she was staring intently across the river. The river at that point was about 30 meters or 100 feet across, and the opposite bank was very steep, at least a 45-degree incline. It was covered in scraggly shrubs, saplings, dead branches, and gum trees. As I realized my dog had spotted something, I saw she was rigid and her hackles were up. She then started growling in a way I've never heard before. It was so low I could actually feel it through my body. I'd never seen her react that way before, even when she'd seen a possum or a kangaroo. With a feeling of dread, I stood frozen in place, the hair prickling on the back of my neck, straining to see what she was looking at. Suddenly, all hell broke loose. Something on the opposite bank flew down the steep hill diagonally from right to left. Through the sparse shrubs, I saw a dark, hairy figure the size of a very large man. Its strides were long and sure-footed. Its arms were swinging. Dried leaves went flying, and I heard dead branches snapping under its weight. My dog went berserk, barking madly, and I had to lunge at her to grab her collar because she was about to jump into the river. I was absolutely shocked. What the hell had I just seen? Still gripping the frantic dog by her collar, I immediately headed back to Jim, my head spinning. Jim met us partway down the track. He'd become concerned when he heard the chaotic barking. I could barely put two words together, but I finally managed to blurt out, "I think I just saw a yowie." He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. After telling him what I'd witnessed, he laughed and said it must have been a kangaroo. I told him there was no way it was a kangaroo. They don't stride like that, and they certainly don't have arms that swing. The creature I saw ran down that steep hill, 1 foot in front of the other. It was more physically human than animal, but no human alive could have pulled off a stunt like that without breaking their neck. That few short seconds somehow changed my life. I believe I had the amazing experience of glimpsing something that very few Australians will ever see. And to be honest, this creature was likely just as terrified of my dog and I as we were of it. I hope he didn't have nightmares about us. Thank you for reading my story. Signed, Maria, Geelong, Australia. The Swinging Light. One dark night, my parents, sister, and I were on our way home along an Alaskan highway. I don't recall who saw it first, either was my sister or I, but there was a bright light to our left far up in the sky. It seemed to be lower than jets flew and higher than bush planes flew. It was flying in a swinging motion, far to the left, then to the right. We got our parents' attention and we were all trying to keep an eye on it. Then, in around a few seconds, the light stopped quickly. Then it shot straight up and was gone. We were amazed. Me and my sister just thought it was a UFO, and that was that. It still sticks in my mind and makes me wonder. Signed, Barbara. Dad's Encounter. Hello, Steve. I greatly enjoy and appreciate your podcast. Just wanted to share some unexplainable scary stories my father shared with me that happened throughout his life. My father passed away a few months ago. We were very close and shared the same interest of the unexplained and paranormal. I figure by writing these down on paper and others hearing them, a part of him will go on and be remembered. My father told me, my brother and sister about these things happening dozens of times, and never once did the stories change. Number 1, my father grew up during the 1940s. He was one of 8 brothers and sisters. He was about 8 years old at this time. They had a large family. The house they lived in was fairly large but old. It had a history behind it. During this time period of the 30s and 40s was during the Depression era. Life was hard in general. When family members or friends passed away, for financial reasons, they would have wakes in the front bedroom of the house. This happened several times, according to my father. Anyway, this particular room was his bedroom. My father said several nights he would go to bed on his own. When he'd get in the bedroom, he'd sit on the side of the bed to take his shoes off and get ready for bed. While sitting there, it would feel as if someone sat down right beside him. He said the mattress on the bed would move. It would even have an imprint on it, as if someone sat down beside him. He said it felt like someone sitting right there. I asked my dad, "What did you do?" He said it scared him, of course, but it scared him more to go and risk waking his alcoholic father, so he would just go ahead and lay down and pull the covers up over his head. Eventually, he'd fall asleep. He told his mom, but she said for him not to worry. If it was anyone, it was his uncle who had died in that room of tuberculosis. He wouldn't hurt him. My dad already knew about the wakes that were held in this room. Now this? He didn't know what to do, so he did his best just to ignore it. He also said that he always felt like he was being watched in that room as well, and that it stayed freezing in that room during the night. Fast forward to when I myself was growing up. I was between 5 and 8 years old, and my father would take me to visit my grandmother. While they would sit and talk in the living room, I would always go exploring throughout the rest of the house. This particular room, I always got a weird sense when I was in it. It was always filled with sunlight during the day, and I'd get a feeling like my father described, as if you weren't alone and were being watched. After my grandmother passed away, the house was sold. It still stands to this day. A few years ago, I found out that my wife's aunt bought the house. We were out driving, and I asked if we could stop and visit, so we did. While we were there, I didn't say much. We sat in the living room, and I just looked around at the remodeling. Through small talk, her aunt brought up the fact that her daughter would not sleep in her bedroom. She said she felt like someone was watching her, so she slept in the living room. I never said anything, even though I already knew which room it was. I honestly didn't want to scare any of them, considering they hadn't lived there but a month. Second story, this takes place during the 1960s. Before my father and mother got married and any of us kids were born, they went on a date one night. As many couples would do during that time period, they would go driving around into the drive-in. At the end of the night, they'd go parking. My father had a secluded spot where he would drive to for privacy that was located outside of town. The spot was surrounded by woods and no houses for miles. After he got so far, the road would end and he would have to drive on an old dirt path that led to a creek. He took my mom out to this location several times. This time, however, he decided to drive out in the middle of the creek and park. The water wasn't but about a foot or so deep, so he parked in the middle of this creek and turned off the engine. He said it was pitch black and quiet. The water in the creek was even still. As he sat there with my mother inside the car, they were talking, and all of a sudden they heard a loud thump 2 times on the trunk of the car. When my father heard this, he thought somebody was messing with him. It was probably someone he knew, so he used his foot to hit the brake light as soon as he heard the two thumps. At the same time, he turned around figuring the brake lights would light up whomever it was back there, but he didn't see anyone. Still not convinced and wanting an explanation, my father opened the driver's side door and stood up, looking around the back of the car. There was nothing. Then my dad realized how quiet it was. If someone had walked out there to hit the trunk of his car, they would have to step through the creek water, making sounds. He would have heard that. At this point, my dad said he jumped in the car, started up, and got the hell out of there. Story 3. This takes place in 1988. My family had just moved into a new house, and it was an older house, but it was new to us. My mother and father hadn't had a night alone for years and decided one night early on to have a date night, then get a motel room and stay in. At this time, I was about 5 or 6 years old, and my sister was 16. So it was just us. She was babysitting me, so to speak. She said Mom and Dad deserved time together. They hardly ever did anything. So we spent time fixing popcorn, watching movies all night. Hours had passed. It was at this time about 1 in the morning, and my sister asked me if I was ready for bed. I said yes, so we went from the living room to the kitchen to get a drink of water, brush our teeth, and use the bathroom before bed. Where our kitchen was located, there was a back door, and you could step out onto the back porch. While we were standing in the kitchen, we heard a noise or movement on this back porch. At the same time, we both looked at each other and asked, "Did you hear that?" I was only 6 years old, but I wanted to make my sister feel safe and do what my dad would have done in the same situation. So I went and opened the door and stepped outside onto the back porch. It was dark and quiet, but I didn't see anything. Why I did this, I'll never know. Why my sister let me do this, I'll never know. I said, "Is anyone out there? I've got a gun." I'm sure that was believable and terrifying coming from a small 6-year-old boy. Of course, I didn't have a gun, but there was nothing there, so I came back in the house and my sister locked the door. We walked through the house until we got to the living room, turned everything off, then went to the bedroom to lay down and go to sleep. It was summertime and was very hot. This time we didn't have air conditioning, we just had fans, and when it was hot, we would put the fans in our windows at night to help cool things down. My sister had already fell asleep. I was laying there with my head and face facing towards the window. I thought I saw someone peeking in the window. I closed my eyes really hard and reopened them. They were gone. I thought it was my imagination. Soon, I went to sleep too. The next morning, my sister and I got up at the same time and went into the living room to find our mother and father talking. They both looked very concerned. My father looked pissed. It turned out that the night before we'd heard something on the back porch in the kitchen. Someone had gotten a chair off our back porch and used it to stand on so they could peek in our kitchen window on that side of the house. Not only that, but this sicko had moved our picnic table to climb on and peek into the living room window. There were a bunch of cigarette butts all around 3 different windows of our house. So it wasn't my imagination of seeing someone peek into our front bedroom window after all. This creep just stood out there watching us. The creep went to a lot of trouble using and moving things in front of our window so he had something to stand on and could see through the top of the window. When I went outside on the back porch, I couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 feet away from this maniac. I'll also add that we did not live in the country. We lived in town and had houses with neighbors all around us. Since we were new in this neighborhood and recently moved in, we hadn't learned this yet, but many of our new neighbors had problems with a peeping Tom recently. I've had many creepy things happen throughout my lifetime, but this was by far the creepiest. Never leave window blinds and curtains open. Always test these from the outside at night to make sure nobody can look in on you. I get the feeling there are more of these creeps out there than anyone realizes. Thanks, Steve. Signed, Philip. BC Sasquatch. My name is Lynn. I'm now 49 years old. I grew up in between the Fort Langley and Walnut Grove communities located in the lower southern region of British Columbia, Canada. I lived in a beautiful area that had lots of undeveloped land at that time. There were some areas of land that were scarcely populated between Highway 1 and the Fraser River, extending from Port Kells to Fort Langley. We're talking miles of land. I could hear coyotes cackling and wailing all night, every night. It was so quiet back then, and I miss it. There were ponds and small riverways here and there throughout the still largely forested region. Walnut Grove was newly named because it was a new community. It was known as West Langley before the crazy house building frenzy began. Because British Columbia has a rich history of Sasquatch sightings and encounters, and our native communities have these Sasquatch people carved into masks and totem poles, I've always been in the know about their existence. I've always had an interest in the topic. Back in those days, I, like every other white person, believed they were some kind of physical ape-like creature of enormous size and weight covered in hair. This view of their being has changed somewhat as more people share Sasquatch experiences with the aid of the internet. I now don't believe Sasquatch people are apes at all. The natives here, from the Kwantlen Nation, have always claimed Sasquatch are a being that can appear and disappear at will. Cloaking is another belief. When I was young, I used to think these tales were embellishments or hocus-pocus tales. Not anymore. Who knows Sasquatch people better than the First Nations people? Nobody. I think our true understanding of what Sasquatch people are and their abilities is still in its infancy and is ever expanding. In those years as a boy, I frequented the trails that were close to my home alone almost every day. That's what us kids did back then, unlike most kids today. And most of the trails were originally animal pathways that us kids cleared with axes and machetes. The trees were very tall and were in every direction. There were some grass clearings here and there, but not many. There was an SPCA animal shelter near these heavily wooded trails, but it was later shut down and the building left abandoned. Anyway, in around 1983, after school and with lots of light left in the afternoon, a friend and I were walking our trails. We hadn't been there too long. We were babbling and carrying on just like any other day when we could hear something walking with us. It stopped when we stopped. It walked when we walked. At first, we simultaneously stopped walking and talking and looked around for where the footfalls were coming from. But neither of us could see anything. We looked at each other, shrugged, and started on again. And it would start along with us. It sounded like it was right there with us. We stopped and started only a couple of times, and we finally looked at each other one last time, turned and ran as fast as we could. I don't think we touched dirt more than 10 strides before we hit the opening of the trails at the road. We were so scared. We never ended up in those trails together again after that day, and my zest for them was cured from that experience. I tried to go in there a few times again as a kid, but they felt different. I was afraid. By 16, I had a car and discovered girls, so my exploring days kind of ended. In the early 2000s, I did go in those trails as an adult. I did so because, like most of us, I missed my youth. I missed those carefree days as a boy. And because things never stay the same. Walnut Grove was still in the grips of expanding, as was the neighboring industrial community of Port Kells. Just like the song Telegraph Road from Dire Straits, this area has disappeared due to human development. The woods are gone. I'm sure the thing that inhabited them is gone too. This experience never left my memory. Was it a Sasquatch or some other and yet unknown creature? I'll never know. But I swear on my father's grave it did happen. And there was something close, pacing us in those woods. Signed, Lynn, Kelowna, BC, Canada. Well, friends, let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT at gmail.com. We're very interested in stories that detail encounters with ghosts, humanoids, cryptids, or any type of other unknown entity that is beyond explanation. Thanks again for listening, and please be sure to give us a like on the video and to share and subscribe for more strange stories. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hello, friends, and welcome to the latest edition of our Listener Stories compilation. These are stories sent in by you of true, personal, paranormal, or supernatural experiences. Many of these are frightening and have never been told to even friends or family. We thank everyone for sharing your stories with us, and will continue to provide this platform as a way for you to get your story out there. And now, on to the stories. Paranormal encounter. From a young age, I've always seemed to have seen things others cannot, so encounters like this weren't too strange for me. Usually, I'd tell family and friends about specific entities I'd seen or things I'd heard. It was often just brushed off as having an active imagination. This time was slightly different. I was with my boyfriend at the time, who was now an ex, not long before the pandemic. My grandmother on my dad's side had been suffering with dementia for the previous few years. I was never close with her, as she was very strange and quite a mean woman. She would often lie, tell wildly inaccurate stories, and be very insulting, but she was my grandmother, and I did love her. Towards the end, she had stopped talking and being able to walk or do anything at all, resorting back to an infant-like state. No family would visit her when she had to go into nursing care, only me, my dad, and mother, who she really didn't like. In early January of 2020, she had been in the hospital, and we were informed by doctors that she most likely wouldn't live longer than a couple more months, and that she would be more comfortable living in a palliative care facility. One day, I'd went to visit her with my boyfriend, and it felt like an invasion of privacy, as she lay in her bed, seemingly unaware we were even in the room. I'd went over to the bedside and spoke to her to let her know I was there, but she had a blank stare on her face, with her mouth slightly open. We left not long after, not knowing it would be the last time we would see her alive. On the evening of St. Patrick's Day, my boyfriend and I were on our way out shopping when I had been given the call that she had passed away. I was expecting this news, and it didn't really hit me until the funeral, where I finally cried. Before the funeral, I'd visited her in the funeral parlor, and her face looked shockingly distorted. I'm actually planning on working in the funeral industry myself, so I've done some training and have an interest in true crime and other subjects surrounding this, but she looked different to anyone I'd ever seen post-mortem. Her face looked very odd, and the image was planted in my mind for a while afterwards. Although that was her body, I knew she was no longer there. The funeral had been and passed. I was in bed with my boyfriend. I'd woken up early in the morning around 4 a.m., which is very unusual for me. And when I'd looked over, he was awake and looking distressed. He also was not an early riser, so this was strange. As soon as I come around properly, I blurted out that I'd just had the strangest dream, and went on to explain what had happened in it, but before I could even finish my sentence, he had finished it for me. Your Nan was in the doorway, and then next to the bed. We were both speechless. And he then went on to say that was not a dream. He was a very skeptical person. He did not believe in any sort of paranormal or unexplainable phenomena. We discussed what we'd both seen. Then we were too terrified to go back to sleep. From what we could both recall, we do not remember waking or this event happening before we went to sleep. So the timeline of events was a blur, apart from us assuming that we had just seen the same thing together at the same time. He told me that he had sort of become aware, with no memory of waking from sleep, just aware that he sat up in the bed. In the doorway of the ensuite bathroom stood my grandmother in a nightdress. As I'm scared of the dark, I keep that door ajar with the bathroom light on and my bedroom one off. The lighting cast a dark shadow over my grandmother's silhouette. My ex explained that he was frozen in fear when he realized what was happening and turned to wake me, but I was already sat up looking. He said I was in a trance-like state and simply said, "It's just my Nan. She'll go now." Then her silhouette disappeared. As quickly as she'd disappeared, she had reappeared next to the bed, peering over us. We were unable to see her features as the source of light was from the bathroom behind her now. I then snapped out of it and said, "I've just had the strangest dream." So back to the beginning of our tale. After that, she was gone. We never saw her again, and that early morning we sat up with all the lights on, terrified that we had both just experienced the same strangeness. After that, he started to question his beliefs on spirits and ghosts. We couldn't figure out if it was some sort of a coincidental joint dream or a look at the afterlife. We no longer speak as we split a few months later, but this is one memory that I can guarantee still spooks him to this day. Signed, Rhiannon. My strange encounter with an invisible entity. Hi, Steve. I really enjoy your channel and all the content. Here's my strange encounter with an invisible entity. All I ask is if you're going to narrate my story, please just let me know. I'm originally from western North Carolina, near the Blue Ridge Parkway, from a small community called McGrady. After college, I relocated to Charleston, South Carolina. I grew up hunting and fishing in the great outdoors. My dad was a lifelong hunter and sportsman, so much so that he was a self-employed taxidermist for over 30 years until he retired. I'm currently 40, so this story happened to me over 20 years ago when I was around the age of 16. I was out in the woods hunting white-tailed deer in the autumn when the season is open for harvesting. It was a sunny and beautiful day in the western North Carolina mountains. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a strange and bizarre noise, like a clicking sound. I began scanning the area and investigating some trees down in the woods directly in front of where I was standing. However, I could not find anything strange or out of place. Then, suddenly, I could hear leaves moving in the trees. I started looking up in that direction at the tops of the trees and at the branches. I had very good vision without any need for glasses, contacts, or corrective vision surgery. I'd never experimented with drugs, legal or illegal, and I did not drink alcohol, as I was raised in a strict Southern Baptist household. I saw something in the tree limbs. The best way I could describe it was like the creature in the movie Predator, where the invisible being appears. I could see the outline of it, and at the same time, you could see through it. It was up in the tops of the trees, just staring right back at me, making a clicking sound. I was terrified. Being a young man from the mountains in nowhere, North Carolina, I could not believe my eyes. This being was as tall as myself, if not larger. I stood there, paralyzed with fear and pure terror. As I stared at it, and finally my fear transformed into curiosity, and I was carrying my dad's hunting rifle, a Savage Model 99, I decided to try to get closer to take a shot at whatever this thing was. I began moving closer to this thing to get a shot at it. I took a shot at the creature, however, unfortunately, I missed. The thing took off running, and it began moving across the tree branches. It moved with incredible speed. It was amazingly fast. I don't know how it was moving as fast as it was from tree to tree. I know what I saw, and I know what I did to try to harvest whatever it was. I've thought so many times how things might have changed forever if only I had not been so nervous and shaky and missed the shot I took with my Savage Model 99 hunting rifle. After the creature ran into the wilderness and I lost sight of it, I began to reflect on the day's events. I thought, what in the F are you doing approaching and trying to harvest this thing, which I had no idea what it was and also if it was a threat or not. It scared the F out of me. I know that. I never ever told anybody about my encounter with the creature because I knew people would think I was batshit crazy. Well, that is my story. I thank you for providing a platform for me to share my strange and bizarre encounter with an invisible entity. Stay safe out there in the wilderness. Signed, Billy. Little People Encounters. I recently found your channel on YouTube and have, like many other people, binge watched your uploads. While several of the subjects interest me, I've gravitated more toward your face series out of curiosity. What follows is an encounter I had in the spring of 2012 while traveling through Oregon. After driving nonstop for many hours and still about halfway to my destination, I decided to stay at an upcoming campground to rest for the night. It was located on a heavily wooded mountain next to a lake and appeared to only have a few people staying there in RVs. Piles of snow were here and there, and the temperature felt like it was in the 40s. Sleepy and cold, I still felt very comfortable there. While putting up my tent, I thought how nice it would be to fall asleep in those woods while it was raining on my tent. About the time I was almost done adding the tent fly, I felt a few sprinkles. I finished up, climbed into my tent. I then got comfortable, and in my thoughts, invited the Sasquatch people to come visit me while I was there. I'll explain this in a moment. I then dozed off as it began to rain more heavily. At some point, I was awakened by someone behind me poking my right shoulder. It was like a small child poking their sleeping parent to wake up. I was lying on my left side at the time, and I remember being so tired and my eyes were so heavy it hurt to open them. I didn't want to get up, so using my thoughts, told them I was really sorry, but I was just so tired, and thanked them for coming to visit me anyway. That's when the being behind me started to tug on my shoulder to get me to roll over onto my back. I remember the feeling, and that it seemed to be like a small child, not an adult, as they tugged a few times before they finally got me rolled over. Once I was on my back, they climbed on top of me and sat on my stomach. That's when I decided to open my eyes. I was still so tired, I could only manage to open them a crack. That's when I saw them, and to my surprise, it wasn't a Sasquatch like I thought. It was a little person, probably between 18 to 24 inches tall. They had long blonde or silver hair and gray or olive green skin, and I remember noticing how thin their arms were. They were a little larger than a 25-cent quarter. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a second little person to my left. This second being seemed more interested in my dehydrated banana slices and pineapple snacks. I watched as they took a piece and ate it. Apparently not a threat. That's when I just relaxed and went back to sleep. When I awoke, they were both gone. So, briefly getting back to my invitation for Sasquatch people to come visit me, I realize it sounds strange that someone would actually do such a thing, especially when many people go missing and are afraid of them. Over the years, I've had so many unusual yet friendly experiences with Sasquatch and other beings that they've sort of become usual for me. During this particular road trip, and at each overnight stop, I invited them to visit, and in every instance but this one, they appeared. This is also the only time I've ever seen little people. If you share this story with your audience, I hope they enjoy it. I may share more of my experiences in the future. Kindly, signed, Todd. Stories about the house I grew up in. Hi, I wanted to share some stories about the house I grew up in. They all happened in the late 1990s and early 2000s. I live in southeast Tennessee. The first story I want to share is what my family calls the heavy footsteps story. Growing up, we had a den area in our unfinished basement. We had an old couch, a TV, and that's where we had our new gateway computer. One day, my mom, two brothers, sister, and me were all downstairs. Us kids were watching TV, and my mom was on the computer. As we're sitting there, we start to hear loud footsteps, like someone wearing work boots, walking down the hall upstairs. The hallway runs the length of the house. On one end are the bedrooms, and the other is the kitchen. My dad worked out of town on power lines, so my mom thought he had gotten home early this week. She called him and said, "I didn't know you were coming home early." He responded and said, "Honey, I'm in." I don't remember exactly where he was, but it was a few hours away. She told him there were footsteps upstairs. This has all happened in just a few seconds, and the footsteps are going down the hall. I grab a baseball bat to head up the stairs to see who it was. I was only 8 or so. The door to the basement is in the kitchen, and the footsteps were coming from the other end of the house. By the time I got to the top of the stairs, whoever or whatever it was should have been at about the door based on the footsteps. I cracked open the door and didn't see anything. I opened the door completely and no one was there. We still don't know what it was. The next story happened in the basement. My younger brother, who was about 3 at the time, was in the basement watching TV alone. He came upstairs asking who was calling for Chris. My mom said nobody was calling for Chris. Nobody in our family is named Chris. He went back downstairs to watch TV again. He came back up asking again who was calling for Chris. At this point, my mom goes to my sister's room to ask her and my cousin if they were playing a trick on him. They said no, they'd been in her room the whole time. She also came and asked me the same thing. I had also been in my room. My mom didn't think anything of it. She was on the phone with my dad later, who was working out of town, and told him what happened. He said, "Wait, did you say Chris?" And my mom said, "Yeah, why?" He then went on to tell her that the older couple who had lived in the house before us, before they died, had a grandson named Chris. That really freaked her out. The next story happened upstairs. The way my sister and parents' rooms were positioned, their closet walls were back to back. My sister got up one night and told my mom someone was in her closet. My mom thought she was just being a paranoid 5-year-old, so she told her to go back to bed. A few minutes later, my sister came back and told her again someone was in her closet. This time, my mom went back to my sister's room with her and showed her that there was no one there and put her back in bed. A few minutes later, my sister got up again, saying there really was someone in there. At this point, my mom was about to go to bed, so she told my sister that she could just sleep with her. A few minutes later, they're about to head to my mom's room. My mom's bedroom light is on, and she sees a shadow moving around of someone or something in the hall coming from her room. She yells at my brothers and tells them they need to go to bed. They respond and say that they are in bed. She opens their door, and there they are in their bunk bed. She then yells and tells me to go to bed, but I was also in my room. She then gets really scared, makes up a story and says, "Kids, I think we left some groceries in the van. Come help me get them." And she rushes out the door to the van. My papa comes over with his revolver and goes through the house checking to see if someone is there. No one was in the house. The next story, I was the only one involved. I woke up one night to go to the bathroom. As I was leaving the bathroom, I looked down the hall and saw red glowing eyes staring at me. My brother's room was across the hall from the bathroom, so I ran in there. I looked at the window, and the same red glowing eyes were staring at me through the window. I then ran back to my room and hid under the blanket for the rest of the night, unable to sleep. The last story also happened to me. One evening, after it had gotten dark, my mom asked me to go out to the van to get something. As I'm out there, I felt like something was watching me, so I got in the van, closed the door, and looked around into the darkness. I didn't see anything, so I grabbed what my mom had asked me to get and went to get out. As I'm about to shut the sliding door, I still feel like something is watching me, and then I heard something. I turn around and look out into the backyard and see a huge black mass moving towards or running at me extremely fast. I panicked and ran as fast as I could back into the house. I came in so fast that it freaked my mom out, and she yelled, "What happened?" My dad was home this time, and I told him and my mom what happened. She told my dad to look at me, that I was pale and white as a ghost. My heart was also racing. He got his gun and went outside to look around, but didn't see anything, or at least he never admitted that he saw anything. This is the story that freaks me out the most. I actually got chills and goosebumps for writing this one down, even though it happened over 20 years ago. There are many other little things that also happened in the house, like things being moved or cabinet doors being opened. My family also has their own stories of things that have happened to them individually. Multiple people have said they can feel something in the house. My mom passed away a couple years ago, and my dad has remarried and moved out of the house. But my younger brother and his wife are buying the house from him. I have noticed, interestingly, that since us kids have gotten older and become adults, that the strange occurrences have pretty much stopped. The only thing that's happened recently is that my sister and her son were living with my parents 2 or 3 years ago, and my nephew would randomly look down the hall, smile, wave, and say hi when no one was there. He was about 1 at the time. I will be interested to see if things start up again when my brother and his wife have kids. People can be skeptical all they want, but after my family's and my experiences, I 100% believe in the paranormal. Signed, thanks, John. Strange occurrence that happened to me. Hi, Steve. I hope you and yours are very well. I would like to share a strange event that happened to me about 5 years ago. I've been wanting to send it in to you for a long time and finally felt ready to share it. I'm happy for you to include it in any broadcast or publication of yours at any time if you so wish. I take great pleasure in walking my best friend's Labrador when I can. As I work nearby to where she lives, it's easy for me to pop by on a break and take him to the local woods. On this particular day, it was just a normal routine visit. I had 2 hours before my next shift. I work at the local hospital and often do split shifts, and it's not worth me going home, so I fill my time by taking my friend's lovely dog for a stroll, and I love being outdoors as much as possible. The local dog walking spot is a 4-acre site, all wooded, and it's like an island. One road to it. To the east is a lane leading to private houses with a stream. In America, I think you call it a creek, between the woods and the lane. To the north is another track that leads to 2 houses. To the west is a field. The entrance to the woods is on the south, and the only other exit is on the north side that leads to the 2 houses. If one is in the woods by the main entrance, there is no option but to just follow the track that snakes around the woods and leads you back to where you started. These tracks are very wide and clear, but would be very difficult to go off. But on this day, I suddenly ended up, with the dog, in a part that I did not recognize. No track, and in a bramble bush. When I worked my way out, I found myself in the back garden of a house I was not familiar with. The lady who lived there came out to ask me why I was in her garden, and I explained that I had no idea, and she could see that I was very confused and bewildered, and was very sweet and kind and directed me back to the car park by the woods, which turned out to be 1.5 miles away. To get to her garden, I would have had to cross the stream. One minute I was walking a daily, sometimes twice daily route, and somehow ended up 1.5 miles away across the water that I had no recollection of. When I returned with the dog, it turned out that I had been gone 4 hours, and I was late for my shift. I didn't get into trouble because I'd never been late before. They were just worried about me because my mobile phone just did a blank beep. It didn't ring or go to answer phone. This has always bothered me, and I have no explanation for it. Thank you for taking the time to read my event. I believe in the strange and unusual, but never thought anything would ever happen to me. Signed, kindest regards, and God bless, Vicky. Small blue humanoid. Hi. I have an experience I want to share that I've never shared publicly. I feel like the criticism I would experience keeps me from sharing this story. But here it is. When I was a young child, maybe 7 years old, I was visiting my father for our routine weekend overnights since my mom and dad were divorced at this point. My father was renting a unit in a duplex in Spokane, Washington. Tonight was my night to sleep in the middle of the bed since my brother, me, and my father all shared one large bed. From where I was situated in the bed, I could see out into the kitchen where a dimly lit overhead light was always kept on. It shone over the sink. One night, I woke up for some unknown reason. I sat up in bed, nestled between my brother and my father. I looked into the kitchen, which was illuminated by the dim light over the sink. I saw a small blue figure, much like the ones animated in alien horror movies. It was filling up a cup of water. I recognized the cup as one from our cupboard. It was a pale blue plastic cup that was designated for my brother and I, since glass cups were for the adults. I stared at the blue figure as it used the sink to fill the cup with water. I remember being perplexed because I could not hear the sound of the faucet. That really struck me as abnormal, and it will always stick in my mind as the most peculiar thing, since I could see the water flowing into the blue plastic cup. I watched the figure for a few moments until it turned to face me. I was overcome with horror as I peered into its huge, dark black eyes staring back at me. I threw the blankets over my head in terror. I tried waking my father, but he just grumbled and turned away, so I remained there, petrified and confused. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I remember is waking up in bed with the covers over my head. I peeked over the edge of the blankets into the kitchen where I'd seen the blue being, but nothing was there. To this day, I still wonder who this thing was and why it was getting water. If anyone has any insight, please reach out. I see UFOs and have strange dreams since then. I'm hoping for answers or shared experiences, please. Signed, sincerely, Lux. My really odd experience. Hi, Steve. I had a really odd experience just over a week ago that might interest you to use on your site. So, I took a walk up to a nearby shop. This takes me alongside a busy road with 4 lanes of traffic going one way only. On the opposite side of the road to where I am, there's just a long fence with a park on the other side of it. There is no entry to the park along that part of the road, so there really is nowhere worth crossing over for. There were a good few people coming and going on the same side of the road that I was on. I'm walking, going through what I need to buy in my mind and not taking in much around me. Suddenly, and for no real reason, I noticed a young guy, about mid-20s, ahead. There were mums with pushchairs, old folk, and so on walking around him, going their own way. I have no idea why he caught my eye, but as soon as I noticed him, my mind told me he was not human. I have no idea why I had this sudden thought, and was shocked by it. Now, apart from that glance, I didn't look at him again as he approached, though I could see where he was through the corner of my eye. A few steps away in front of me, he stopped, turned to the curb, and looked as though he was going to cross the road. But instead of crossing, he turned his face directly towards me and, well, did a weird movement of stepping toward the curb and then taking a couple steps backwards, and then back forward to the curb again with his face turned to me, not anyone else. He made a sort of dance of it. He stopped this odd behavior and continued to walk toward me to go past in the opposite direction. As he passed me, he looked straight into my face. At that point, I was making eye contact. His face was waxy looking, like major plastic surgery had made it tight and shiny. His eyes were intense and blue that did not seem natural, like a mannequin. Well, he passed by, and I laughed to myself in my mind, telling myself that I probably had guessed right, and he heard me think it. It seemed like that. As though he was blatantly showing me he was not human, but had everyone else fooled. It seemed kind of funny to me then. Yes, I thought I was just being a crazy old lady. I reached the supermarket, got myself a shopping trolley, and headed in. But suddenly, someone came from behind and shot in past me at speed. It was him. He went to a cooler fridge with a glass door just ahead of me. He opened the door and stood with it wide open. As he stood against it, he stared straight at me through it. He had a weird smirk to his mouth, though no other part of his face moved. Like wax. I got closer and about to pass him, he slammed the fridge door shut and took off to a veggie stand and just stood there. I went stealth, totally lost him. Didn't see him after that. Heading home, I was nervous that he might follow me, but glad to say I don't think he did. I am old and certainly not wealthy looking. The only interest he could have had in me is that he knew what I had thought. I know this is very crazy sounding, but it was all so odd. And why would I have that thought anyway? People don't interest me much, and I was preoccupied with what I had to buy. Could it have been instinct? Pity there hadn't been a dog around at the time. I would have been interested in how it would react to him. Thank you for your time, Steve. Anyone have any sensible thoughts as to what happened? Signed, Ren. Well, friends, that's it. What a great collection of strange encounters. Let us know what you think about these personal stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the storytellers and the opinions of others. Also, if you have any strange stories you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, by all means, please email them to NationalParkMysteriesYT@gmail.com. Meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Hey friends, Steve Stockton here. I'd like to invite you to please take a moment and go check out our Patreon. For as little as $1 per month, you'll get exclusive Patreon-only videos, access to commercial-free videos, and early access to future videos. We'll be uploading 2 videos exclusively to Patreon each month, so don't miss out. Visit www.patreon.com/missingpersons. Your support on Patreon is greatly appreciated and needed, so come on, check it out. For less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can show your love and support for the channel. Thanks, everyone. Hello, friends, and welcome to another episode. Today, we're going to talk about translucent humanoids, also referred to as the predator-like creature. Now, in recent years, there's been a large number of eyewitness accounts claiming to have encountered these beings. Some might say, if these beings are invisible, how can anyone see them? Well, these beings are not entirely invisible. They're actually cloaked, like the alien being in the movie The Predator. They look like translucent beings. The only noticeable thing is the outline of the being, which reveals its humanoid shape, while the background is visible through the being, but distorted. Descriptions of this distortion vary according to the terminology used by the witness. Heat waves, transparent plastic wrap, a shimmer. Now, while we don't know who or what these beings are, they seem to hang out in the woods, although there are few reports of such a being inside one's own home or even in the city, as I'll relate to you in my story. They seem to be very agile, being able to easily climb into a tree and hang out on a branch. They can swim, and they move very, very fast. They do make noise when they move, so they seem to be physical, but somehow they have the ability to blend into the environment like a chameleon. They seem to be confident in their camouflage, as they're startled when a human manages to spot them. Then they become curious and start watching the witness, often following them for a certain distance. On at least 2 occasions, these beings were said to have attacked eyewitnesses, so they're definitely not afraid of humans at all. Maybe they're a kind of predator after all. In one report, the being was making clicking sounds. Does this point to an intelligent animal or to a language of a more evolved, perhaps alien being? Now, some people who have had a close encounter with Bigfoot or Sasquatch say that it also has a cloaking ability. However, most accounts of translucent humanoid beings are of small, slender shapes, so they are definitely a different type of being from a Sasquatch. Still a mystery who or what they are or where they come from. Maybe more witnesses will come forward with their accounts, allowing for more in-depth examination. The following are true accounts that will give you a better view of what these beings might be. But first, I'm going to tell you my story. I had an encounter with something like this myself once, and oddly enough, it wasn't in the woods, but rather while waiting for a late-night commuter train in downtown Portland, Oregon. I was on my way home to enter southeast Portland from downtown after having attended an event at Powell's City of Books. It was late, getting close to midnight if I recall correctly, and I was waiting for the Orange Line of Portland's Max commuter train service. I was the only one at this particular stop and had about 20 minutes to kill prior to the arrival of my train. I'd grown tired of sitting and was instead pacing up and down the block by the train stop, peering into all the darkened shop windows. On one particular pass, though, something odd caught my eye. At the corner, between a signpost and a city trash can, I noticed what I could only describe as a strange shimmering in the air. It was roughly the size and shape of a smallish human figure, and while see-through, the shape itself looked sort of like the wavy lines of heat one can see coming from pavement in hot weather. Taken aback and rather startled, I watched the shimmering figure from about 5-6 yards away. Suddenly, as if it had noticed that I was observing it, the figure seemed to crouch down, and then, other than the shimmering, remained motionless. At this point, I became hyper-aware that something unexplained was happening. I felt the hair on my neck and arms stand up. I sensed an immediate need to leave the area, sort of a fight-or-flight syndrome, but felt that if I fled too quickly, the entity might give chase. With as much reserve as I could muster, I dawdled around a bit, feigned impatience, and then slowly began to amble away. I had to pass directly in front of the area where whatever it was had crouched, but at least have the trash can between it and myself. As I stood on the corner, waiting for the crossing light to change, I suddenly and very intentionally bolted out into the street against the light and directly into the path of an oncoming car. The driver had to hit the brakes, and this gave me the desired result. I broke into a run as if getting out of the car's way, and continued at a brisk pace on up the street several blocks to the next train stop. When I arrived at that stop, thankfully there were a couple of other people waiting. I stayed underneath the streetlight, continuously watching the area from which I'd fled from until my train pulled in. I boarded the train and made it home without further incident. To this day, I have no idea what or whom I'd observed or what might have happened had I not noticed the figure. Understandably, I don't take the late-night Orange Line home anymore. Uber all the way for me, thank you. Now, here are some other eyewitness encounters. 2 sightings by the same witness with clicking sounds. When I was about 5 years old, I was playing by the edge of the woods behind my grandmother's house. I played there often, and my grandma just kept an eye on me from the kitchen or living room because the house had huge windows that faced the woods. She would come out every once in a while just to see what I was up to. I was obsessed with digging in the dirt at the time and collecting unusual rocks and arrowheads that littered the land where my grandmother lived. I should mention that this is Midwest Illinois, not too far from Cahokia Mounds, so finding arrowheads was actually not that uncommon. Anyway, that day, I remember picking out a spot to dig. I'd been out there for quite a while because I remember I had a pretty decent-sized hole going, and something caught my eye up in the tree that I was next to. I almost don't know how to explain it, but it looked almost like a heat wave coming off the branch of the tree. It was fall. I remember this because I had my pink jacket on, and remember thinking my mom was going to be pissed because I had dirt around the bottom of the arms from digging. Also remember there being a lot of leaves on the ground. So anyway, I'm staring at this heat wave and realize that it has a human shape. So here I am, 5 years old, and wondering why there's an invisible man in the tree. I remember feeling scared, but unsure what to do. Then it started moving and making a faint clicking sound. This is about the time that I decided that I was not supposed to be seeing this, and I hightailed it back to the house. My grandmother saw that I was pretty shaken, and I remember telling her that I'd just seen an angel. In my 5-year-old mind, I didn't know what else it could be. I'd never heard of aliens or ghosts or monsters, so to me, It had to be an angel because that's all my little mind could think of. Fast forward to when I'm about 12 years old. By this time, the encounter or any animal that had cloaking ability that I didn't know about. He told me that it was all fake. It wasn't like it is today where I could just Google it. I had no access to the internet, so again, I just put it out of my mind. Now fast forward to about the year 2004. I'm grown now and I have 3 small children. I just went through a separation from my husband. I moved to the next town over to an apartment with my kids. These apartments are all one-level duplexes with there being 5 buildings. I'm at the very last apartment in the last building. The apartments are considered in town, but are on the outskirts. There's a deep ditch that runs behind the buildings with a chain-link fence that separates the backyard from the ditch. There's about 6 or 7 trees on our side of the fence, and if you follow the ditch line a little bit, you hit a small forest that eventually leads to the country with a larger forest and farmland. Now, I'm a smoker, but wouldn't smoke in the apartment because of the kids, so I often went out to the back porch to smoke. One night I was up late doing laundry and stuff after the kids went to bed. I decided to take a smoke break before I myself went to sleep. I'm back there on the porch, and I started hearing this faint clicking sound. I immediately looked to the ditch because I'd seen a groundhog out there a few days before and thought perhaps he was out there again. The yard is faintly lit from the outside light that's by the playground that is to the right of my back porch. I didn't turn on my porch light. I didn't normally if I was just going out for a quick smoke. I didn't see any groundhog or movement from the ditch, so I go back to smoking my cigarette. The faint clicking sound keeps happening, and a slight shift of movement makes me look up into the tree to the left of my porch. It's there. The same invisible thing I'd seen when I was 5. The same light distortion and in a humanoid shape. It's crouched down on the branch with an arm holding onto the trunk of the tree. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this happening? Has it come to kill me from seeing it all those years ago? All I could think about was my kids in the apartment sleeping. I ran in and slammed and locked the door, then ran to the kids' rooms and made sure all the windows were locked. Then I just turned out the lights in the living room and stared out the blinds at the tree to see if I could catch another glimpse of it. I sat there for about a good 10 minutes and couldn't see anything. I began to think maybe I was just tired, my mind was playing tricks on me. Just as I was finally talking myself down, a neighbor's dog comes running across the yard and starts barking at the tree at the same branch where I'd seen this predator thing. That pretty much freaked me out because this dog was not a barker. I actually have never heard him bark at anything, even at the groundhog that had been hanging out in the ditch. This barking went on for a few minutes until I hear the neighbor lady who owns the dog call him back inside. The dog reluctantly turned to go back home, stopping every few feet to look back at the branch of the tree until he was out of my sight. I didn't sleep well that night and have never seen anything like it again. I don't know what to think of it. I'm a grown woman. I have kids and a good career. I just want to know if anyone else has ever experienced anything like this. I know what I saw, believe it or not. Anonymous. Man sees invisible creature in treetops, Nashville, Tennessee. In 1993 or 1994, I'm not sure, I was living in a place in Nashville, Tennessee, a small town called Antioch. I was out walking the dog one day, or letting the dog do his business out in the front yard. I could feel something watching me. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and everybody around there was at work except for me. But I could just feel something watching me. I started looking at the woods, down in the woods directly in front of me, I couldn't see anything, but I could hear the leaves rustling in the trees. So I started looking up towards the tops of the trees, and I had very good eyesight at the time. I didn't do drugs, I didn't drink, but I saw something crouched down in the tops of the trees. The only way I could describe it, and I don't even know if the movie had come out yet, so I don't know anything about it, but the movie Predator, where they saw the invisible creature. You could see the outline and everything, but you could see right through it. And it was sitting up in the very tops of the trees, where it wouldn't hold the weight of a man by any means. Now this thing was as big as a man. I just stood there looking at it, and then I let go of the leash and I took off at a dead run and I yelled, "Hey!" Took off towards this thing, and it started running across the tops of the trees. It ran the length of a football field in just no time. I mean, it was really fast. I don't know how it was running across the tops of the trees, but I know what I saw. After I thought about it, I thought, what in the world are you doing chasing this thing? I stopped, and it stopped about the length of a football field away from where it started, and it turned around and looked at me again, and then it took off through the woods, through the tops of the trees, out into the woods, and I didn't see it again. It scared the hell out of me, I know that. And I never ever told anybody about it because I thought people would think I was crazy as a loon. Greg. Transparent creature on top of trees. Early one morning, between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., my dogs woke me. I let them outside and they took off running across the patio and down the slope behind my house. Normally they just walked out. At that moment, the bending and swaying of two 7-foot blue spruce trees 30 feet away from me caught my attention. I could see movement and an outlined creature jumping onto the top of one tree. It didn't climb. It jumped from ground level to the top of the tree. I saw the movement and then the top of the tree bend. Then it jumped onto the next tree about 3 feet away. Both trees bent over with the weight. There was no wind, and the tops of the trees bent and swished as if something heavy had jumped on them. I saw the outline of a creature that was transparent, but ape or monkey-like, jump from one tree to the next. I could see the tree through it, but the outline of the creature was white and sharply defined. My impression was that it was around 5 or 6 feet tall. The landscape lighting gave me a clear view of the trees. As I stared out the patio door, the top of the patio cover over my head, which is constructed of wood beams and wood, started sounding as something heavy was on top walking. The trees were now standing straight as normal. I didn't see it leave the trees, but I had the impression that there might have been 2 of them. I didn't feel threatened, but I definitely wanted to close and lock the door. I called the dogs, thank goodness they were already almost to the door, and then closed it. My dogs usually go out in the morning and have for years. This was the one and only time anything like this had happened. Anonymous. Well, friends, there you have it. What do you think these beings are? Are they aliens or some type of Bigfoot? Are they something else beyond our scope of understanding? Is it some sort of military or government technology? Let us know what you think in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content. If you've had an encounter, email us, disappearanceof@gmail.com. For now, stay safe and take care of yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time.
In 1957, strange sightings were reported by a few of the local townspeople in Emerson County. Then, in 1997, sightings of strange, shadowy beings were captured on video. Less than 2 miles from where the original sightings took place, a video camera was found by a local game hunter. No one has come forward to claim this footage.
you see that? Over there, look, 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 over there. You see that?
What the hell?
Wait, 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 because that was it again, right there, right there. Wait, 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 wait.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look, 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 look,
Oh
look.
my god. That's not an animal. I don't like it.
Okay, 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 fuck. Go, 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 go! Fuck!